All right. Welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much to Ride or Die
Ride or
session
die. Let's go.
39.
Ride or die.
You buddy.
Excited.
Probably gonna die.
Yeah. No,
Closer
you're
to
not gonna
die.
die. Don't worry about it. No one's going to die. Not on my watch.
Except maybe that dude that Ares wants to cut his arm off.
Yeah, Griffin's arm.
I
Mhm.
mean,
We've heard the stories. We know the corpse is in your closet.
Yeah, we've all heard the stories.
just say maybe
Okay.
the guy deserves it.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Well, we are in Paxita's house. Paxita is a two-story kind of house nestled within the back right corner of the township of Fort Ferret, surrounded by interesting trees and vegetation that are not of this plane. They grow freely and wild, cultivated into a garden-esque design from the path that leads actual town road, turned kind of dirt, rock and grass, winded up to a rickety old wooden door, not a round iron handle, but a wooden handle, and then circular windows that were kind of moss covered and vines kind of crept up, like all the gardens were kind of pulling themselves and encroaching around this two-story house. Now, upon knocking on it, the person took absolutely forever just to just to answer the door, and then upon coming into the establishment, there was an entry kind of chamber, and then there was multiple kind of chambers and other rooms that went from there. Spiraling staircase of old wood and vine. Everything was natural materials, and then they seemed to be turned and twisted either by magic or just kind of weathering as well from time. So what currently we have on your screens, right? This is the map that Paxina had obtained. It's kind of like a leaf that's been painted and kind of scribbled on in certain things. So it's not to scale, but it fits within some of the actual leaf work to really try to paint a picture of what the marshes looked like in terms of when Paxina last went into the marshes. So things might have changed, things might not be the same. And so this is just a rough image or a rough kind of leaf painting that describes that. Now, when they did that, they had the little spinny chair thing that went upstairs, right? And then they came down, kind of a comical point. And then when they laid it down to the table, right, they're sitting down there and they're just kind of fielding questions at this point. And after taking that time to make tea and things, they're definitely a slow moving individual. So kind of still say we're at Paxina's. We're all around this wooden slab of a table, vine chairs that have particularly grown for Paxina, and then stumps for all of you. And then there's a kitchen in the backdrop, two fireplaces, a long table for like an island that's similar to the table you're currently at. And then there's a bounty full of wooden shelves, drawers, glass, as well as clay, with reagents and spells for brews and potions. Ansi.
So, Paxina, I have a question for you. Maybe you can provide an answer. There seems to be this fog. Is there anything that you can do to help us either mitigate it, get rid of it? Any way that would allow us to traverse into the marshes a bit more freely? Seems no one can give us answers on the marshes.
What I know is the fog is from somewhere else. It comes not of this world. It moves and flows. The time within is changed. So outside of the marshes, outside of the fog, time, the sun, the moons are all normal. You step in, changes. As far as dispelling it, removing it, I feel that it is as connected to marshes, very waters that flow through it. Source of power that it comes from the congruent. Another place.
Athos, you're quite knowledgeable. What questions do you have?
So I don't have any at the moment. I have many, but don't know that I have any that are applicable at this particular moment.
I don't remember if we asked, but appreciate you showing us this map of the last time you were in there. Have you heard of the marshes changing at all, or is that something that because you haven't been there, you just don't know anything about?
What do you mean changing? Obviously, not what I remember them to be. It was immaculate forest, trees towering high and above, filled with fey creatures.
I guess that's a pretty ambiguous question. The commander told us that I think it was the commander that told us that people have gone in there and tried to use maps that they have drawn in the past, and things have changed quite a bit on them, and the maps were not accurate anymore. I was just curious if you have any knowledge about what may be causing that to happen.
I don't think it is the map that is the problem. It is what the fog does to disorient the mind. This will be as difficult to navigate as the maps themselves, I suppose. Great skill to move about. Everything is the same at the marsh. Trees decayed and frayed, uproots, large mushrooms, and the endless swamp, water pooling, fog included into that. It's very difficult.
Yes, the commander had mentioned that those that came back were always stricken with madness or something. So
Requires a strong mind. Be protected from that which controls the undead.
But don't die and become undead. Understood.
Yes, that should be avoided. Be very
That's
bad.
That'd be wise.
I think dying in general is probably a bad idea.
I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure we're all going to die on this quest at some point.
did sound like it based on what Faceless told us. You know, the robot that you slept with.
Huh?
What? Why must we bring this back up?
And here, Bruga thought she was special.
To be fair, there is no proof that I slept with a robot.
But you know it in your heart.
So I've slept with a robot and cleaned a goblin's pipes.
Hashtag bard life.
Ooh.
Maxie is just sitting there, sipping the tea, just like listening, looking left and right.
So, in an effort not to repeat things real quick out of character, when she told us her story, I'm looking at my notes and trying to put it all together here. She told us about Magello. Did we ask her? Does anybody remember? Did we ask her questions about Magello after she told the story? We did. Okay.
Yeah, we asked about his age and all of that, and tried
Yeah.
to put together the timeline, and it doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't at all. That's what I was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then last OOC part here is I had a note. I don't know where it came from. Probably just me being stupid, but about our stones helping protect us against the fog potentially. Did we talk about that as well?
I do feel like that came up, but I don't remember what the context was.
I don't either. That's my note for that one sucks.
From my notes and from what we just kind of reiterated to in character, that it requires shielding a strong mind to be able to move through the fog and thereby the marshes without getting plague, which is what Commander Rimar Luna had stated. I mean, these soldiers not very strong with the mind. They have no protection at all. Magic things, right? They're just kind of going in, and then they come back, and they're like, "Whoa, I'm, crazy." And so, I think the reasoning from what on my notes was that you all kind of were inferring that because of of how the stones work in terms of divination magic and having some inherent protection against that you might not be targeted.
Yeah, okay,
or
that would make
effect.
sense. That would make sense.
Right.
Okay. Sorry. I just trying to make
Yeah.
sure I reading through scattered brain notes, so.
Oh no, it's been a
Okay.
really long time, and this is pretty. This sequence is pretty in depth, right? We're starting off with basically getting a spiel from an NPC character that talks about some pretty crazy things. So,
Totally normal.
letting you all kind of consult your notes, and then just even if you're asking questions that you asked prior to, right? Just give you all an opportunity to plug away and try to figure out as much as you can.
Yeah, I don't
So-
think I have any more questions, so I'll yield to other people.
I guess the only thing that I can think of looking back at my notes is there was mention of the Salinar and their corruption of Nosatra. Do you know if they're still in the marshes somewhere, or did they also evacuate?
Salinar and Thixia were at conflict. It was my last duty as Fairleon, put an end to the conflict. It was their matriarch Kalima and accompanying Salinar that did something to Thixia. The congruence.
Okay.
If the Salinar still exists, they would be at the place of commune where we would meet, at the altar of flowers. Morsatra, south in the eastern towers, those are the towers of Morsatra. Creatures govern Thixia, while as in the Autumn Vale. The towers had some responsibility in bridging the congruence when necessary. Naturally, the bridge comes at Southern Kumba, 7th of Nim.
I think that answers my questions.
don't suppose you know how Kalima corrupted the Talos.
No, I do not. I only know that what magic that they possess to do such a thing had nearly destroyed them. I was a part of some Salinar and Freljord as we fought Kalima. We believe we defeated her. She no longer looked the way that she should have. Darkness had consumed her. Ears were drooped, and the eyes were black. The skin was frayed, decayed. We could not recover Kalima's body, nor could we confirm that she was dead. As Grugas showed up. Put an end to the fight, and we ran.
When you fought Grugash at that time, was he surrounded by purple and pink cackling lightning?
No, there was a shroud of romantic energy. It had a hue of purple, but it was black in its pigment. It was from wherever Grugash comes. The dragon had no place there prior to. All of a sudden it appeared. As if someone had shifted it to this plane. Perhaps it came from the congruence itself.
Interesting.
Grugash did not pursue us, and with the gifts of Freljord, my fellow sisters, Salinar that helped, we were easily able to camouflage and move ourselves away. Even then, Dragon never took flight after us. We stopped the fight.
Seem to have developed a problem with my quill. Was there anything else? Did anyone want to ask questions? Someone mentioned potions.
Well, I think I have most everything I need. But
Dustin, if
We
you're
were
talking,
going
we
to-
can hear you.
yeah, you're muted, Justin.
Yeah, I knew that all along. I was just talking to myself. No biggie.
It
Oh,
happened.
You know, old soldiers tend to do that a lot, you know. But I think the potions we were going to ask her, or the main potion for her, was the protection from the fog that Deuce already, or I'm sorry, that Tardan already asked about. So I don't have any potions because I think we decided that we could do most of them ourselves, if I'm not mistaken.
Pretty reliably, yeah.
Yeah, we had talked about brewing up some holy oil or something. I don't imagine we would do that here, but
Yeah, that's where the reference to Priest Emily came from, because you mentioned things to like fight or combat the undead, and that's when Commander Marluna said to speak to Priest Emily at the temple and see if they can give you some answers or perhaps help you in that endeavor.
Yeah, but all he wanted to talk about was my sword. It was kind of creepy, so we left.
that's what you get for being the herald of Pelor.
But technically, that was Dougal's sword too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And did we ask her about Damodar last time at all? I don't recall that we did.
Oh no,
No.
I think so, man.
I was kind of hinting at it with Grugash, but with him not being protected by purple and pink cackling lightning, I don't think.
Well, yeah. So it's funny because I picked up on that, but what got me interested in asking about this time potentially was she said he just appeared. Grugash did. You know, Damodar's. I don't know. Maybe it's not important.
Even though one time you just appeared inside the bar.
Yes, I remember that all too well. If Tartan hadn't left his loot on the ground and I tripped over it, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Oh my
Litterbug.
god, that's awesome.
Look, when you have as many magical instruments as I do, it gets hard to keep track of all of them, okay?
Dude has like a bard utility belt of instruments going on.
A bard
Bard
utility belt. Yeah.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions, so.
Okay.
At least not right now.
Well, I suppose we should leave Paxina be and we can go about our day and wait to see what this horde's all about when they attack.
Excited to kill zombies, are you, Tom?
I was when I thought it was an actual horde, but seeing the town guard that's been able to handle them so far, I'm not as excited anymore. Thought it was gonna be like the Crips and Othema all over again.
That was a crazy time.
So you all did make quite the stir.
Yeah, it was a fun time.
Yeah, the good old days. That was back when the group used to help me collect all my arrows I shot.
I distinctly remember sneaking halfway through the crypt only to have a giant ball of light show up behind us and alert all of the undead.
I also remember you sneaking up on us and surprising us.
That was not particularly difficult.
I know.
We were not particularly an observant group at that time, no.
It's gotten a little better.
The shield definitely helps.
Kind of clashes with your outfit, though.
I mean, at this point, I don't know. I've got a shield with an eyeball. I've got magic elven armor. I have a god sword and magical instruments.
You just need like a cloak with an eye on it to seal it off.
True.
A giant symbol of Pelor.
Or like dragon wings coming off to just, you know.
I don't want to overdo it. All right, so where to now? I suppose we should let Paxina get on with the day. If we have no more need of her services.
Well, you're more than welcome to return whenever you would all like. More than happy to brew you some tea or make you all dinner.
Well, thank you for your hospitality and sharing of your story. It's quite informative.
Oh. As I had mentioned before, you all came uninvited. Quite strange. And a good company, as I could tell.
On our good days.
We'll see. It depends on how we leave Fort Farron. If it's anything like Olathan, I feel bad for this town.
You know,
God.
it could have been worse given the circumstances.
This town is nice. I've lived here for a very long time. Town grew up around me, and Fort was there first, Farron Keep, and no one's bothered me here. Really, anyways. People come from potions and brews. I help some of the soldiers now. Give them some treatments and such.
So the Shadowfell was breached, what, some 700 years ago? It was quite a long time, you said.
Yes.
How long have the zombies been a problem? Not nearly that long, right?
No, it has only been in my life very recent. For a human, I can imagine it would be a small part of it as well.
Hmm.
If it's even been a year. I think so. Be half a year, 5 months maybe.
So not even the start of the war. Interesting.
No. The horns blow from the soldiers deep. Suggests that the attacks are more frequent now. Alas, soldiers hold. The horde is pushed back. Would help, but my fighting days are long done. Long gone.
I wonder how long it's been since they started sending reinforcements to the front.
How long are you sending soldiers to the war to the south?
Hmm.
Yes, that's been going on for some time. They fetch soldiers from the northern Gorn, train Ismar as well.
Just can't help but wonder if the undead are merely meant to be a nuisance to slow down the delivery of more forces to the warfront, since they don't seem to be particularly effective at sieging the fort.
No, they are not. I have sought to reason with what had happened, Redwood, and to why many of what I know was turned into something else. It was unrecognizable and meant to walk a life that they would never return to the cycle. It's will of something I can imagine. Some purpose of ambition.
So even if they are slain, they do not return to the natural order of things.
Souls of them are gone. Stolen. Their spirits are not there.
No, Athos, you said, and it's an interesting theory. Maybe these are delaying reinforcements to the front. Another theory is maybe these are probing attacks until they can figure out what the right number or quantity mix, whatever these undead are, to bring here through whatever means to start either another war or another front.
Perhaps. But if the long-term goal was to squash the fort, how long do you think it would hold if they sent the dragon and not a gaggle of undead dullards?
Maybe the dragon's not there anymore. Maybe the dragon's what's the best word? Bound or captured, like the other one that we found. Maybe the dragon is lazy. I mean, is there? I don't know. Looking around, is there a lot of necessity for this fort? A lot of gold or treasure or anything that the dragon may want to
Is it not the center point of the
It's one of the
gold coming
crossroads.
from Ismar? Isn't that what we were told when we were in Othim?
But I don't think that any of these dragons are doing things based on what they want. Anyway,
Oh, that's fair as well. I mean, maybe he's just lazy. Like I said, we're running into a lazy dragon.
Ash is not.
Do you think Grugash is still alive?
I do.
And has he
Ash
ever-
chooses to stay close to home?
Hmm. So he's a homebody.
wonder if he's weaker outside of the influence of the congruence.
Or maybe
Or
somebody's
he-
keeping him closer as well.
or he's
Grugash-
hiding from Damodar.
Well, we know that Damodar already has control of him. He was seen at the island.
Yes,
During
but
the
it
ritual.
sounds like he didn't always have control over Damodar. She said they saw no purple and pink cackling lightning on him when he first appeared.
Yeah, presumably that was before he had controlled him. That was 700 years ago.
Does the name Damodar mean anything to you?
It's a name that I've heard in rumor from some of the wounded soldiers that have been taken back to their estates in Othema. Does not have any relevance that I know of to it. Your reasonings are sound. Here you all are. How long have you traveled together?
Feels like years.
So-
Let's see. We'll go down the list. Like 3 days. Like
Couple
2
months.
months with these two. I had some other companions, like 3 or 4 months. It's
Tharden
been a
has
whole.
a hard time holding on to friends, it would seem.
Not to mention
They
the ones
tried
that
to
tried to
kill
kill
me.
him.
But yeah, or they tried to murder him. It's part of the problem.
Out of character, you too could play in this group.
And you too could attempt to
Or at
murder
least-
Pardon at some point, I'm
You
sure.
try to murder Tardin, or be apart for a day or a week. Get your time in with ride or die, because like their
All
name
is- all is
states, you
good.
ride and then you die.
We have not
All
had anyone die
independent
yet,
contractors.
except for the people that tried to murder me. Don't try to
I'm not
murder
on
me.
camera.
That is true.
Okay, so I don't know if I can do this, and I'm gonna attempt. So Damodar may have gone by different names potentially, or maybe just another name. I would like to give her a description of Damodar and ask if she recognizes the description of him. I mean, I think I've been close enough to him, seeing that as he almost killed me in the bar, to probably give a decent description.
Hearing that, I'll actually help out and make it a little bit easier, and voila, I will be Damodar.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
I only mentioned your travels. It seems as though you're alive all for some reason. Curious. You all bonded together in such a short time. Gone through a number of people. Yet you stay to do what seems to be the impossible. It's remarkable. And I am grateful. This here, up and down. I don't recognize this individual at all. I do know this when I see it. I am over 900 years old. I have lived a long, long life, compared to many, even in the Autumn Vale. Belian are not simply elves. We look the part in some ways, but we are born to the cycle, protect the natural world. This individual, they remind me of the sorcerers that were made by the dragon. Long ago, this continent, there were many creatures that came to the Redwoods for refuge. Some that even traversed to the Autumn Vale and lived. Osatra took great care to protect and shield them. Some had lingering of magic. Sorcerers that were made, filled with draconic blood, wield chaos, arcane magics, great power. Some of them became like the dragons that created them. Most of these sorcerers were dragonborn clan. Few individuals from them gave themselves into pure worship. They were protectors, dragons that wish to allow cultures and people to thrive. They looked for anyone that was willing, strong, heart, mind, moral. The eyes of this one. They are that draconic blood.
Curious. So one who got that power from the dragons now controls the dragons.
Bloodlines are thick, they run deep. Arthuria has not seen a pure-blooded draconic sorcerer from the time civilization in this continent. I have never known one. I have only heard the tales. And perhaps some of you, history of Temeria's influence, houses, Elion. They recruited some of the sorcerers that reigned supreme. The magic they possessed was wild, uncontrolled, powerful. I only know this because some of the refugees from Temeria came to here. Then, out of character, conversation from Griffin. So Griffin described Knights of Beer as martial, like fighters that had the shreds of these bloodlines, like the minuscule amounts, so they could still manifest power, but it's not enough to what they used to be. but also out of character. It's a little bit. It's not like PHB draconic. So here,
Right.
yeah.
No,
So
I
It's like, yeah, I just saw one of those yesterday.
yeah. we're a step above that in terms of
this is
so
That
I
would
was just giving
seem
you go for it.
to conflict with the timeline with the age business, because didn't you suspect that you had a vision of him as a boy or something, right? It seemed
Yeah.
like long ago, but not that long ago.
no, it was definitely within an elf's lifespan, and probably more recently than originally thought, seeing as how Lady Sindar Elena was involved. But he said he was that boy no more.
Perhaps he found a way to become.
What he
Perhaps
is
that was
now.
part of his ritual. Maybe he became a draconic sorcerer. You think he imbued himself with all of the stones?
Definitely possible. Collect the stones, become the master of dragons, take their power for yourself. Wouldn't be the craziest.
How, I mean, how would he find out about all of this? I mean, we only found out because somehow, one way or another, we got some of the
Because
stones.
we were chosen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So now we're back to it. There has to be a way to find out about this before he could, imbue himself with the stones and become the master of dragons.
What if he was chosen?
Faceless
thought
did
we-
say that there were many of us in many different times throughout time.
And also that time didn't matter. But
Yes.
I thought we came to the conclusion that he probably wasn't chosen, or am I just making that up?
I think you're
I remember
making it up because
We debated it.
Okay.
I don't know that we ever came to a conclusion.
Okay, fair enough.
Because the other thing is Nereus had a vision of Damodar talking to whatever the Red Dragon's name is at some point with the stone.
Everything.
Yes, very thin. So we know for a fact that at one point, I don't know that Nereus took a close enough look, but more than likely Damodar only had one stone, and Barry Thune was his first. Because it was a much younger version of Damodar.
Seems like chosen. I can get on board with. It just seems like a very far leap to go from a human walking around to wanting to be master of dragons, controller of the universe. I think we're not that it can't happen, but I just feel like there's something missing in the equation.
Well, you did say he was taken as a child from a slaughter by the Talthons, right? Is that what you had seen?
Yes, it was likely during the Purge.
That is enough to give someone a thirst for vengeance, I imagine.
That, and I myself desire power and fame, so I can't say that it's that far fetched. If I found out I could control dragons,
I mean, you can't control dragons. You just let yours get murdered.
Limited power.
Okay. my dragon was an asshole. Okay, my dragon deserved to die. He got
Oh my
me.
God! Here we go. Tardan's
okay.
back, ladies and gentlemen. Tardan's back.
I have my redemption arc with my dragon. Don't worry.
Hmm.
Because now I have Groot yet.
What if he's a bigger asshole?
Yeah, but now I know that I can offer him power in exchange for being less of an asshole to me. So, there's a power balance there that I can.
If you trust his words.
I don't even trust you guys.
Whoa.
Probably smart.
Well, shall we finalize our preparations for our adventure into the marsh?
Oh yeah, we're doing that, aren't we?
We want to go
I
to the
guess.
town or something, right?
Yeah, I suppose before we go to the marsh, though, I'm gonna pull out the black gemstone and ask Paxina if she's seen anything like it.
I don't believe I have seen anything like this before.
That's unfortunate.
My mind strikes. Long time. May I? Yeah.
I will give it to her.
Holds it, looks, stares at it for a while.
Oh, is it possible? I'm gonna pull out the amulet with the white gemstone and ask if she's seen a black version of that.
No. Stone, this so. Reminds me of something I had seen. Amulet. Wooden. Stone was placed within. Worn by Kalima. Not see this in the foray. Fight. Not have possession of.
So it's likely that at least a part of this lies in the marsh.
Well, that's convenient. If you think about it.
It is, I mean, I suppose. As long as all of the parts in the marsh.
They do have a habit of popping up when we need them, so to speak. Shall we carry on then?
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah, I think we have some preparations we have to do with potions and everything else, right?
All right, well, thank you for saying as long as you did. I appreciate it. Needs to rise up. Allow me to slowly walk towards the front door.
I mean, I guess we all get up and go out the door.
Yeah, I'll follow her out.
As you'll follow, you're slowly having to walk each step slower than the next. They make themselves over the rickety planks and the weathered wood. Takes roughly 6 minutes for them to go from the kitchen right next to the entry door into the entry chamber, and then finally gets to the actual front door of this house. It grabs the handle and slowly begins to turn it, and then opens it. Hear the rain softly falling down on the outside, the drips coming through from some of the trees and such, and the wind's slightly picked up. Farewell. Good luck.
It was a pleasure meeting you, and I hope that we get to come back and enjoy some more tea.
I hope so too. Hope so too. You all begin to kind of funnel yourselves out. The door slowly begins to shut. Left on the outside. Maxine. You go all to the town map.
So what all did we want? Exactly. Were we just gonna wait for an attack?
No, I don't. 'Cause I don't think there was a timing for the attack that was anytime soon, right? I thought we were just gonna try our luck in the marsh, and we originally went to see her for what we thought would be a map of the marsh.
We did kind of get a map, yeah.
Though I thought we had previously discussed waiting for the next attack and then heading out to try and minimize the numbers.
Yeah, and to see what was going to happen and what the actual marsh was going to be like. Like what we have waiting for us in the marsh.
Zombies.
Yeah, undead.
I mean, some could say that we already deal with zombies as drunk as some of us get. Throwing it out there.
I'll just ignore that comment.
I feel like the pot and the kettle are having a conversation.
Damn right. So, let's see. It's mid-afternoon. When we asked the commander, did he tell us when they were kind of expecting the next attack? I thought we asked that.
Yeah, you did ask that. They kind of described that the attack had just recently happened.
Yeah.
A few days or something.
And most likely would be another week, 2 weeks, right? In terms of
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's going to be that long, then maybe we do just head out.
So okay, so that's what I was thinking. I thought we asked that question. I thought it was going to be I thought it was just like a week, but I thought we had decided at that point. Then we're not waiting.
Yeah,
because it was with this group's ADD, it was too much to wait the 2 weeks.
We'll end up burning the town down.
I still swear that we decided to wait. Like we were just gonna chill and craft stuff and do stuff. Maybe I'm nuts.
I'm fine either way.
I mean, look, I don't. Whatever the group decides, I don't care. I think it'd be kind of cool to go out there, but I also am no rush to die out there. So,
is there a good place to pick up women here? Or men? I mean, attractive men.
I mean, we just left a woman's house.
She's like 900 years old. I would break her.
That's very ageist, Tom.
I mean, first you were racist, now you're ageist. I mean,
I have yet to be racist, sir. That was somebody else.
I'm sorry. What was the quote? All fish people are alike. Don't you know them?
Huh? No, that wasn't what I said. I asked if they were cousins.
Oh.
And none of you were here for that. So.
Yep.
That was 38 sessions ago, sir.
So let's see. We already went and saw the priest, right, to try to do the holy water / oil. We saw Pexina. We saw the commander.
There's not much more to do here unless we intend to take on some crafting projects.
Dahi, you delivered your goods, right, when we first got to town, so that's been done.
Yep, that was the first thing we did.
Yeah, that's what that's how we got to the commander.
There's a fancy winery in the bottom right corner.
This seems like an odd place for that, if you think about it.
It really does. That's, you know. But who am I to turn down craft wine?
I mean, we could go check it out, I guess.
This group's so sidetracked.
What are we supposed to do? We want to see the horde attack. We're gonna have to wait this amount of time. What are we gonna do in the video? Well, there's a winery, but
alcohol.
We're gonna go wine tasting, baby. Let's do it.
For 2 weeks.
Okay, we're gonna wait. Doggy's gonna pick up some projects.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally down with fast tracking it until the next attack. I just, what do people want to do until then? Like, we don't have to role play out the next 2 weeks.
If they just attack, though, we're accomplishing the same thing by going out now that we would if we waited until the next attack.
That's true. It'd been like 3 days or something.
Yeah, but that's the thing is we don't know what's there, what's waiting for us.
I'd
that
say
was the whole reason for waiting.
But we're not going to know that after the next attack either.
It's literally
because if something's waiting in the woods, why would it come up to the walls to die?
Fair.
It didn't already come up to the walls to die.
I mean, so my vote would be let's go into the marsh. It just happened. It's probably thinned out enough to be manageable, and we don't gain anything by waiting the 2 weeks except for some crafting. Tardan gets to get drunk at the winery. Maybe go back to Pixina's for a little, fun pipe cleaning. But I just don't think we gain anything. So I'm all about going into the marsh right now.
Yep, same.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I think ultimately we talked about thinning the numbers, but if they're so inept at sieging the fort, then it is very unlikely that they are sending the entirety of the numbers at the fort anyway. So I suspect the number within the marsh is not going to change very much.
Well, that's not necessarily true because Paxina did mention that the attacks have been increasing in volume. So it's possible we may not even have to wait.
Not volume, frequency. It was frequency.
Well, volume of number of attacks, sorry. Yes, that would be the word for frequency.
I mean, and also, if I'm not mistaken, when we looked at the soldiers that were here at the fort in training, this is kind of like after they go through their initial training where they come to get a little more seasoned before they go to the front line anyway. So if they're sending those type of soldiers here, it can't be all that significant or something they're worried about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with going to the marshes. That's fine.
Well, I say let's do it. The question is, do we do it today at 2 p.m.?
No.
Or do we wait until tomorrow?
First look. You always wait a day.
And see, that's where you make your mistake. You take advantage
Spoken
now.
like a procrastinator.
There is a winery, sir. A fine winery. I can get some more wine to take with us into the marsh. We don't know how long we're going to be there. This serpent venom, liqueur is only going to last me so long. Like,
you're telling me you need to be sloshed every day we're in the marsh.
No, but I do want to unwind when we have to go down for the night. And while I'm on watch, I want to, partake.
Ares has a never-ending flask.
Yeah, did you see what that shit did to him last time?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not what I'm going to... I would like to keep my wits about me.
I mean, you're welcome to just have some beer.
Yeah, I want some wine.
Do you really think Tardan would lower himself to the level of drinking beer and ale if he has wine? Just look at the man.
And what you're going to see when you look at Tardan for the cinematic movie scene is the most oddly dressed person because he's got chainmail on, a god sword, a shield, instruments, costumes.
You need a cloak of billowing. That's what we need to get you.
Man just walked in and out of Party City with everything they had.
Pretty fucking much. What I need is a cloak of many things. That's what I need. So that way I can legitimately just have everything.
That's it. I just need to make you some fucking glamour weave, and you have all the clothes.
I forgot that was an item, honestly. Does that require attunement?
I think there's 2 versions, one of which might.
All right. So
we wine
drink
before we go to the marshes.
We don't have to go. I just wanted to see what type of wine they had. That's all. Just buy some wine and then we can go.
Though I do agree First Light would be good.
Yeah, see, so I have 6 hours to kill at least before we go to bed.
Provisions.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to buy like rope and pittons and the other important stuff, well, I go buy. Oh well, yeah. I mean, that's what the people that don't want my fancy wine can go buy the useless stuff that doesn't really matter for this adventure.
Oh.
I would, while they're going to do the wine, I would like to go find, I think you said it when we passed by it, where the archers are training.
You want to go to the keep?
Yeah, specifically like the archery range. See if there's anybody training there and try to offer some advice or assistance to them.
He's looking for some pointers.
I'm not looking for pointers. Well, actually, I do need pointers. You're right, but after the last time we had combat, God, I'm still scarred from that. It's been months now. Still scarred.
Still scarred.
There's one item that we need before we go into the marsh, though. Based on the conversation, based on the conversation with Paxina, we probably want a compass of some sort. All the terrain's going to be the same, so even a tracker is only going to do so much without knowing which direction is what.
It's fine, man. I'm an expert in survival. We'll be fine.
You don't even know when somebody's coming up behind you.
The fuck I don't? Now.
So, in terms of those practicing like archery or just soldiers in general that are training, right? That'll be the grounds of Farron Keep, right? So the western side of the township. You've been there in terms of the keep. You've seen that. So that's on the north side of the grounds, right? They have the training dummies posted on the edge of the wall. There's people shouting out, orders in terms of different sorts of regiments, like squad, quote unquote, however military structure they have. It's different than Temerian military, but really it's more simplistic in a way. There's the first, second, third commanders, and then there'll be kind of lesser in terms of like soldiers that might have an additional rank and put in place of their standing and their banner, right? So a lot of these people that are here training are not skilled from what you observed upon getting there, just watching some of the fighting that they were doing or the training that they were doing. So you want to head in that direction, just help, just kind of give a helping hand, right?
Just offer the pointers that I have. Very basic stuff, right? Like, hey, that's not really how you hold it. Here's how you do it. Here's how you aim. Just the very basic stuff to, at least help them out a little bit.
Okay. They use crossbows. They don't use bows.
That's fine. I'm sure I can figure it out.
You're sure you can help them. So Ares, you're kind of heading from Paxinus at that point. You're going to be going in the direction Keep's grounds.
I'll tell the rest of the party I'll meet him at the place we're staying later on the evening.
The only tavern in town?
Yeah.
Only one tavern.
Take your pick.
Okay. You're going to go there, and then the rest of you are supply gathering, and then wine tasting.
Wine shopping,
yeah.
Hopefully they'll have that little cheese and meat spread, so to
oh god.
Going full charcuterie board out at the smithy.
Okay, so you're gonna go over to the smithy.
Yeah, eventually I'll want to actually start training for that, but for now it's just for flavor.
Okay. Head over to the smithy. Okay, and then the rest of you.
I think the shopping. So look for a compass, look for rope, and then obviously the most important thing, the wine.
All right. Sounds good.
I actually don't have. Oh yeah, dude. I was gonna say I'm sure I have rope. Yeah, there it is.
Love it. Yeah, I don't think we've used any of our rope, have
I
we?
have string too.
You actually have string?
Yeah.
Oh, do we need more torches? How many torches?
I'm going to pick up some additional files. I'm actually filling all of them up.
Do I have a torch? I don't. Oh, I don't need a torch. I have a sunblade. Never mind. Ignore me.
I also have rope.
I think everybody can see in the dark now, right? Except Dahi. Can Dahi see in the dark?
He has the goggles.
Oh, that's right. We got Frank's goggles. Yeah, everybody can see in the dark. No, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just don't talk about how we got the goggles. You know.
It's all a part of your training, Todd.
True.
It was.
We don't mention that. So we'll start off with Dahi. So the smithy here, noted in the map as Brock Smithy, has kind of these semi-arched kind of windows. They're squared off at the bottoms. They kind of open for ventilation, bundling into a single-story stone wooden structure with straw thatching, and then rafter support, and then there's multiple chimneys right for ventilation from 2 forges, quench tank, different anvil and supplies can litter around the central area of the center of it. And then the shop is kind of split into 2, where a kiln kind of goes to the back left from a side door, and then the shop to like the left of the shop to the right from the entry are kind of devoted to 2 dwarves, and they are near identical in terms of how they look, but one has more I would probably say more of kind of a cleaner look to them. The other one seems to have more dirty kind of soot-covered bracers, and they're not washed, and then they're letting the beard grow down more. The other one kind of picks it up and braids it more. And then just by getting an understanding of how they dress, one's kind of wearing a longer kind of, it looks like a dress kind of style, makeshift into an apron. The other one has just a flat apron over lots of leathers and hides. One side of the shop seems to be more for weapon and armor smithing. They're currently kind of fitting and working on pieces, particularly for what you imagine to be some of the commanders that would be funneling through the actual keep and under Remar Luna that would be training soldiers. And then the other side, that dwarf, one of the twins there, is working on like gilding and jewelry type pieces. So they're more of a jeweler blacksmith kind of hybrid, right, where they're doing maybe some other work and pristine things to that. There are wagons and carts that are coming up by the back door, and some crates and things are being dropped off by soldiers as they're coming in, and then other crates are being loaded into them. Maybe they help out with making bolts or other armor pieces and such. There isn't really a shop per se, but there's like gowns and garments of like chainmail that are hanging from the rafters, and then there's buckets of just kind of basic weaponry, like common things like swords and daggers and such, and axes. There's nothing within like mannequins or like glass cases or anything of that note. It's not that they don't have the capabilities of making items of that quality, it's just not the venue. Right, the township here with the backdrop of the communal kind of farmers market, right, you know, kind of funneling not too far away from the cobbled road on the north side of the township. So there's a lot of traffic from farmers coming by. You know, they might stop and say, hey, my wheel needs help. Can you fix it real quick? Right, that sort of thing. So, yeah, so you have your opportunity. You can just kind of walk in the the single story, or the almost like a 2-foot stone step right there coming up into it. One of the dwarfs hammering away on a long sword of some kind. The other one seems to be gilding a piece of like breastplate on the other side, and it's just kind of hyper focused into that. This one begins to walk over, immediately holds out the hand towards you. How can I help you?
Well, I had a little bit of time to spare. Thought I might drop by and see if y'all needed maybe a hand.
Well, looks around. You don't see actually any like apprentices or like certain people that would normally help. I could use some help. That'd be great. I got a lot of quotas happening here. I gotta push a lot of things. Where you worked before? What skills do you have?
Well, I can't say I've done much in the way of smithing, but I have a couple other skills on hand.
Hey, don't you drop off supplies at the fort?
Just got back from a load, yep.
Yeah, I've seen you around. You don't
Yeah.
smith?
Nope, I've been eyeing picking up the trade, but figured it'd be useful if I ever needed to combine it with some of my other skills.
All right. Well, let me show you to keep the forge hot. Get the air blown in, or get some coal bags here. You can put that in as well. And there's a kiln out back too. Chop wood, and yeah, we'll go from there. All right, sound good?
Sounds mighty fine.
All right. Well, we're the Brockstones.
Pleasure to meet you.
My
Dahi
name's Thiv. Ocean's over and just kind of yells outwards. And that one's name is Shauna. Kind of yells at the waits, puts the hands out. See that the dwarf just like doesn't respond. I said Shauna. Brockstone.
Dahi just glances over real slow.
Yeah, she sometimes she doesn't hear me. I think it's because you try not to hear me. Secretly, I think she hears me.
Well,
Anyways, you can ask them for help if you want to. That's fine. No
well, I'm
worries.
fine with my hands. I imagine I'll have no problem getting that wood cut.
All right. Well, show you back here. Now, walk you up back. Kind of a covered area. Its own chimney, kiln, right? Wood stacks kind of line the building, and there's large piles of timber trees that are brought in from the timber company. And again, to dry out here, or they're already pre-dried. Have to get into the kiln. It's just super heated and hot. Coal fire already, and just kind of continues to break that down into charcoal, break that down into fuel for the forges as well, supplement with the coal. So at that point, go ahead and go over to Ares. Ares, you're coming into the keep's grounds here. I'll silence the blacksmithing stuff. Transition our crab noises.
Does there seem to be a person in charge of the training, or even any training going on at this time?
So, upon coming into the keep's grounds from the eastern wall, right, that wall's been built up. You can see that their equipment from construction company, right, they're using certain crane, pinwheel type mechanisms to lift heavy kind of stones as they're building up the walls to try to increase it, and they're working from. Your attention's pulled not from the keep itself, which is where the courtyard leads up to, or even the corral and storeroom and the blacksmith that's currently there, right, for repairs and other such. Your attention's more getting to the field of combat, which is a cleared out area. As the small wood trees do grow into the grounds here, and so they use them as fuel, as well as just some natural kind of, protection and such. So they're just going to clear cut all these trees for no reason. So the actual fighting grounds, which is on the north side, whereas the jousting and the horse stuff is happening at the south side, is your attention's to the north. So you're immediately kind of walking in that general direction. You're passing by the stables and corral with the stable master. There's different individuals in there kind of helping seeds and other sorts of stuff, right? And that was, right, we had interaction on getting into the keep with them. So you're heading, you don't see really a whole lot of banners that are positioned, but there are tents that are kind of grouped up for mealtime and other things. Some of the tents have like a actual wooden kind of pillar, not wooden pillar, I should say. It's just almost like a pylon, right? So just like a wooden stick that's been stabbed into the ground, a pole, if you will, and that extends upwards. And then there are like flags that are just kind of flying of different colors. There's no coat of arms. There's nothing that would kind of state that. And so you're really a little bit confused upon kind of walking into all these individuals that are kind of moving around. So instead of focusing on like the colors of the flags and what those mean to the tents and the groupings of the soldiers, you're looking for the higher ups, right? So you're looking for pauldrons, the note as third or second commanders, right, of the fort. And eventually you find, if you're pushing through some of the crowd of people that are kind of gathering, talking and looking, simple chainmail. Some of these are young farmers, very innocent individuals. They're kind of just moving away from you as you're walking with your armament. And then you approach a third commander. This appears to be a half-orc. Got incisor tusk coming up with a war braid, kind of mohawk coming down. They have a greenish-black skin, black eyes. They have the kind of third symbol right put onto the pauldron. And then they have the Talthar surcoat. That's just, again, stands out amongst the rest. No one has a surcoat, really. They're all wearing kind of plain chainmail. They have, battle axes, shields. Some have long swords. They're all just kind of fumbling with themselves. And this one is, like, yelling currently. And we're getting into the afternoon. It seems that they're actually going to be going into, like, single combat in rows from this kind of tent grouping of red about 150 feet to the north side of the keep. So they're not at the wall per se, right? So this is more of like martial fighting, not ranged fighting, sword, battle axe. Immediately approach, they turn, look towards you, and they grumble. What do you want?
I noticed earlier that you guys seem to have a very inexperienced force here that you're working on training, and I was, while I'm here, going to offer assistance if you would have it. And try to learn what you're teaching them and pass on some of the stuff that I've learned through many years of fighting.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
What's your
so rude
mark?
of myself.
What'd you serve?
Who I served is not as important as the fact that I am very well trained in the military ways. My name is Ares. I came with Dahi bringing supplies to the fort. And, if you don't want my assistance, that's fine. But I, wouldn't mind sitting here and watching if that's okay.
You are to help out. You tell me where you served. Oh, say you're coming with some wagon. Just want to watch.
I mean, I would offer assistance, but it doesn't seem like you're too interested in that. So
I just don't know what you could actually offer me. You seem to have good equipment. Can you fight?
My specialty is not so much in the melee realm per se, but more in the range archery.
Yes. Oh, master.
I mean, I don't know if everybody's really a master. They can always learn more, but I consider myself very good. And I'm sorry, what was your name?
Of water skin. Drinks it and looks at you. Call me Third Commander.
Ghoul Force?
Fix that. Ghoul Force.
I'll go with Third Commander. Nice to meet you.
There's many Third Commanders. I am one of 5.
Okay.
You can call me you.
All right, I'll go with Third Commander you. So, what's
Let me take
your...
you to Judea. They're trading with the boats.
Okay.
Turns and looks around. Thomas! Thomas! See this small human, 17-year-old, just walk up. Blue eyes. Brown hair, trotting, pulls through with battle axe and shield covered in some muck and he freshly knocked out. Yes, Church Commander! Take over the dragoons. Get them into single combat. Practice shield blocks and shoves. Begins to walk north, going through the crowd. Soldiers now beginning to kind of pull themselves. Tom goes, all right, everyone, okay, we need to line up. And this is being completely ignored. You just begin to walk to the north into the crowd. Pushing past individuals, streaking, some soldiers kind of looking, kind of pushing past through the buck of the field, eventually getting to some trees, and then as you're coming into another clearing, this then goes to the wall, right? You see the construction of the platforms and scaffolding about 80 or so feet to the right. And you notice that there are dummies and targets that have been mounted and pitched at the actual wall. And it's just kind of a line of individuals firing crossbows off. And it seems to be at least 40 to 50 soldiers that are just kind of launching. There seems to be a very kind of roughish human with like a pot belly. And the best way I can describe this character to you, Junior, is like they have eaten too much for breakfast. So it's not that they're like fat, but they're like, they look bloated in their like half plate armor that they currently have. They have a second commander symbol at the pauldron. See as they kind of turn around with this reddish kind of almost losing hair style, brown eyes, the wrinklish face. Kind of turn around towards the half-orc and make up. This individual also is short, like 5'7"-ish.
Second Commander Judy, I bring you fresh meat. Your name?
My name is Ares.
Ah, Ares, yes. Wandered into a good camp. I'm sure you can have use of a bowmaster.
These Judier kind of folds the arms, looks at you. Ooh. I suppose I could.
Well, thank you,
Earthlock.
Commander Yu.
Thank you, Earthlock. You're dismissed. Bows the head, puts the hand over the chest, as his form of salute, drops it and turns around, going back to their camp.
So, this is a little
Who recruited
embarrassing.
you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How'd you get your papers? Who recruited you? Are you from Ismar? Seem a bit lost.
Yeah, so I think there's a little confusion here. You know, the half-orc's a little kind of brutish. I was just here, you know, been through a lot, consider myself pretty good with the bow, had some military training on my own, and I'm always wanting to learn, so I was, you know, wanting to see what you guys had to offer, and then see if maybe you could use any assistance from me in training these young soldiers you have here.
I see. So you're here to help us.
Learn from you as well. I'm sure that you have very much you can teach me. I do have a limited time, though.
What do you mean by that? Are you...
Let's just say that my party and I have some stuff to take care of. Not here at Fort Farron. This was a stop with a gentleman named Dahi, bringing supplies to the fort.
Yeah, Dahi. Good runner. And, well, seen him fight, too, on the wall. Nice.
Yeah, we just met him the other day, and he told us he was coming here. We offered to come up here with him as a stop on the way, so...
Stop on the way to what?
Further adventures. Let's just say that.
Further adventures where?
Here and there. That's not necessarily relevant to this conversation.
I think it is. I mean, you want to fight with the feathers. You want to, like, help out and practice a little bit, learn from me. So, I feel like it's kind of relevant to know who you are a little bit.
So, at this point, I'm going to pull out the bow quickly, turn to one of the targets, and shoot the target, aiming for the head.
Give me a roll.
Just a basic.
Make an attack roll. Yeah.
Nat one.
Oh man, this is. I'm so scarred from my last combat experience.
Have we really not had combat since then? Oof.
Yeah, I mean 15. Pull the bow back, channels that arrow, kind of forms that purplish color for psychic, right, and then launches. Strikes into the dummy. Not a great shot, right? But it hits, and it hits strong. Penetrates in the arrow, begins to dissolve. Wow, that was impressive. All right, feathers. Line up! Attention! They all turn around with the crossbows slowly. It's gonna put it to the sides. All right, we have here Ares. Gonna be learning some things and probably will teach you all some things. All right. So, while we get to it, keep working through. Remember, 2 in the chest, 1 in the head, huh? Can't let those undead just keep walking. All right, why don't you work through them? You take right, I'll take left. All right, begins to walk. Commence firing! Launch them.
I'll just go up and down the line, making the small corrections that need to be done to try to help them out with their accuracy and how they're hitting targets.
Okay, so you walk up. First soldier to the right, holding the crossbow, looks towards you. The halfling holding it up. It's a large crossbow. They're just kind of swaying from side to side. Wavy brown hair, slightly curly, a little bit of a staunch goatee that forms with mutton chops at the sides. Chainmail's dragging down to the ground. You see them holding. They launch, completely misses, goes into the wall. The bolt kind of sticks a little bit into the rocks and then kind of just breaks. Begins to reload it. Looks up towards you.
Is this your first time shooting?
What? Oh,
Is this your first time?
No, I shoot all the time. Shoot all the time.
Well, try this, and I'll teach him how to get a stable platform with his arms so he's not shaking all the time. How to kind of crouch down a little bit to create stability. How to breathe. How to squeeze the trigger instead of jerking the trigger. How to aim. And I'll work through it all in the next
check.
Fuck, dude, this is gonna be bad.
How well can you teach somebody?
That's 2 4s in a row. You got to be kidding me.
Hey, at least it's not one.
So,
man, I'm so
trying
scarred.
to help this halfling soldier that clearly has never fired a crossbow in their entire life. You're now kind of playing a little bit with your language, and you're like being too you're basically saying too many things that they don't know, right? And you're not like kind of jumping through things, and it's just being lost to them. It's like this, and you're like, no, like this. They're like, no, okay, like this, and no, not like that. And you're having to do it, and then eventually the bolt kind of fires off and lands in the left leg. So they hit the dummy, hit the target, feel good about it. And you see the big show. Oh, I did it! Oh.
See, I'm assuming that the first one I saw him shoot totally missed, right? Everything. Yeah. See, there you go. You're getting better.
I'm gonna live. I thought coming here, I was surely gonna die. Oh, jeez. I'm from Tester. Things aren't really good down there. My father, I'm a family of 12. A small farm. Then we could use the coin, and I was the brave one. I said I would come up here, fetch some coffer, the coin from the coffers. I bury it.
This is very brave of you, but I can tell you that this doesn't come easy. You have to put a lot of practice into it, probably more than they're putting you through training. I would recommend you come out here as you can, as they'll allow, as much as you can.
How
to
long?
Get even better. Were you here during the last attack a few days ago?
No.
So you have about, 10 to 14 days.
10 to 14 days? That's it?
You'll be fine. Look at that. You're hitting the target now. That's better than you were doing before.
I guess so. Well, thank you. What? Commander, what's your name?
Just Ares. No commander. Just call me
Commander
Ares.
Ares, thank you so much. Are you what rank are you? You're at the Taltars? Are you a Justicar? I've heard about them.
Let's just say that I'm a passerby trying to help. I've seen too much war in my day and don't want anybody else to go in unprepared.
See, at the firing line to the left is a dwarf, very stout. It's listening to everything you've been saying. Turns around to the halfling. Oh, for sure, Jessica. Sure.
I'll turn to the dwarf. Let's see you shoot one.
Okay, let me see here.
Oh, you see it fires. The bolt cracks back, splinters, goes into their cheeks.
Oh, shit! Malfunction!
This might have been the best idea I've ever had, by the way.
Malfunction! Malfunction! Begins to yell it out. You see a chipper little gnome with a slight backpack and a small pouch with a couple hammers and tinkering tools begins to run down the line in direction through some of the trees. What's going on? What's happened? Oh, it's the crossbow! Both blew up at me! It's gonna be okay. It'll be alright. Begins to take pliers out. The dwarf lays down. Pulls the ball down the cheek. You're gonna be alright. Don't worry about it. Alright. Pulls out a bandage, begins to put it on, holding it down. Looks towards you. Fuck are you? You're not with the feathers.
No, I'm just trying to help out here. Unfortunately, this individual obviously had a malfunction of his crossbow. Do you guys maintain these things at all?
Oh, well, I'm the supply master, Simon Tinkler of the Feathers. Your service. I try to do the best I can.
So when was the last time you looked at this crossbow this person's using? And did any maintenance on it?
Towards it. Let's go with the bandage. Yeah, you're gonna want to hold on to this.
Okay.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
I so want to badly
towards
yell
the
for
crossbow.
medic, by the way, out of old habit, but
Looks in the direction of the crossbow. Yeah. Medic! Because the crossbow begins to look towards it, funneling around. Looks for certain marks that you can engrave into the wood and the metal over time, noting where different repairs were made. In 3 weeks.
now let me ask you, within 3 weeks, that's endless hours of training, 1, maybe 2 attacks on the wall that this individual has used it for. Are you teaching them how to do individual maintenance on this as well? Are you doing it all yourself?
Oh, there's really
Would
no
you-
time for that.
Yeah. Oh, there better be. Otherwise, you're going to end up with more of this.
Hey! Are you from Maryland or something? You coming down from where? Wait, hey, no. Are you from the People's Palace?
Let me ask
Are
you.
you?
Would you
are
have
you-
shot that crossbow?
Are you a Justicar?
Would you have shot the crossbow?
Hey, I don't fire crossbows, really. I fix them up. I repair them. I'm a supply master of feathers. I was assigned. I was simply a recruit, and I'm pretty good with tinkering, so they made me the supply master. It's really all I got for you. Been a job, 2 months. Coin's good. Get to get food, and I don't have to actually go up on the walls. That's good. And I don't get shipped south either. That's good too.
I would recommend that to help you out in doing your job, you teach them a little bit of maintenance on these, something very simple for every day they do before they go to sleep at night. And then I would teach them or take them after every attack, and I would do maintenance on them yourself so that you can make sure that they function. Otherwise, if you're not on the wall and these guys are, and this happens, guess what? You're in trouble now because that undead horde is coming over.
Roll persuasion.
Just as fuck, man, all these stupid rules that I suck at.
Don't you wish you had a bard with you?
Oh, let's go! I love it. Okay, the natural 20 comes through and looks towards you. I'll do that. I'll do that. What's your name?
My name is Ares.
All right. Sir Ares. You're most humbly.
Just Ares, please.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're a Justicar. I mean, look at you. Look at your armor. You look at fancy.
Okay.
Come, I bet you come all the way from the compound, huh? The Holy Citadel.
No, I'm just passing through trying to help, and I don't know why everybody keeps on trying to make more of it than that.
What seat
This
are
is
you
very.
on?
This is very awkward.
Yeah, I mean, you're just some passerby coming through? Really?
Yeah.
Some random person off the streets?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm.
Wearing this? Look at this.
I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm a random person. I have a lot of experience and I've been trained very well myself, and I'm just trying to pay that forward. A little good karma for myself.
How much they paying you?
Absolutely nothing.
You doing this for free?
Yes, sir. Now, if you don't mind, I need to go look at some of these other guys that are attempting to shoot here and try to help them so that, you don't have to go on the wall and worry about the undead horde coming.
All right. I'll teach them how to maintain, do the best they can. But you know these everyone's going to be shipping out in like 30 days. I mean, teach them how to fix these crossbows up. It's going to be lost.
I'll relay
I'll
the
do my
importance of
best.
maintaining, and
All right.
I'll pull out my bow and show them how immaculate it is and how well it's kept. A good soldier maintains his equipment and keeps it in a good state of repair so it helps them and saves them. They'll understand the importance.
God, is that a dragonwing longbow?
It
What?
is indeed. It is indeed.
Tell
Now-
him this is a magical weapon. What are you talking about maintenance? It fixes itself.
It does not fix itself. It requires a lot of tender, loving care.
Like what?
Fondling. Like, the word
Like-
you're looking
You don't even have
Like
to put ammo in it, Ares.
Tard, you're not here. Shut up.
That's your subconscious speaking. Okay?
Yeah. It requires kind words. It requires being used. It requires a lot of stuff. Just leave me alone now. I gotta train other people.
All right, fine, whatever. Begins to look the direction of the dwarf. Roy, you're gonna be fine, all right? Don't cry about it. Just the gotta be okay, all right? Gotta be fine.
I'll walk over to the dwarf and kind of reveal like my upper shoulder and say, I had something similar happen to me. Show him a scar there, and then turn and find somebody else that can actually shoot and try to work with them. But we don't have to go through this all night.
Yeah,
I know
we
Tard
don't- yeah.
and Athos are,
Yeah.
are waiting. So
Yeah, no, I know.
Don't worry
I
about
just
us.
think
I'm enjoying
I just think the
show.
the premise of like of that is just super funny to be like, I'm just gonna go help out like all these people, but I'm not gonna tell them where I served or like what rank or anything. I'm just like,
it's
I
not
was somebody
important.
from the street coming in just to help out, and then you're just absolutely goated right now in gear. I mean, you're like jewel encrusted in terms of the gear you have on compared
so
to
I'm
these
not-
people.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's
The
just
thought,
like-
the thought process going up is they would see all the gear on me and be like, "Oh, damn, okay, this guy knows what he's."
Yeah, they think
what
you're a
he's doing.
Justicar. They think you're from the Holy Citadel, the north side of the Elder. You're like the elite, like an elite paladin or some soldier from the you're like literally have divine right now. That's what they think. Right? That's the level of like what Justicars are. They are elite paladins that are in service to the crown. Just the crown, not necessarily the king, the crown, whoever holds it, for the divine light of Palor.
So sort of like
they're
a
like-
Knights Templar type thing.
Exactly. Yeah. And then they're prior to the Talthars. So they're like Sular kingdom-esque, right? So they're far back in terms of, so that's just like they're looking at you like you're some fabled knight of a far off, rich place, this gear on, right? That kind of thing. So anyways, yeah, we don't need to roleplay that any further. It's totally fine. You're then able to navigate down the line, begin to help them with their crossbows and the firing, kind of teaching them stance positions, as well as if other things that can help them with being more accurate in the targets, and kind of almost gathering a following of sorts. So people are now kind of they continue to call you commander, right, or leader, right, taking the advice and stuff. And just by the notion of having care, it's not that they don't get orders, but they don't have like personal like training such as this. So it's more that they're handed like equipment and gear, and then they're told, "Hey, fire at this," and then they have to go help a bunch of others. And so that's something that you're kind of rewarding them, something that is drawing them to you a little bit. So we'll come to perhaps what happens after you help out at the end of the day. So now we're going to come to the rest of the party, which just happens to be Tartan. But if you're watching, you too could become part of this party.
You too could go shopping for wine at a winery.
You too could go shopping for wine at a winery. So what's the first stop? Because I heard general store, right? Is you just want to pop into a general store?
Yeah, just pop in. As I said, get some rope, get some pittons, get a compass. Compass is the big thing that I'm after because, yeah, fog plus repeating terrain. Tartan's not dumb, so.
Gotcha. So are you just looking for pittance, or are you looking for climbers like kids?
I think more pittons because the Tartan, the repeatable terrain means that we're gonna need some way to mark it, and marking trees with pittance is gonna be.
Gotcha. So you use pittance as
Awesome.
like markers. Okay.
Yeah, if needed.
Okay. So this general store, I won't describe it to you. Role play is not really necessary. They just, in terms of the commodities that they have, like the stuff that they have, equipment, it really pertains to the timber company, small timber. So they have a lot of climbing equipment, a lot of like rope and lashings and these other things to scale trees, to trim them, chop them down. So actually, it's like perfect in here. There's axes and other saws and stuff, and machinery type equipment as well. So finding rope and pittance here is really easily available and seems to be pretty cheap as well. So for equivalent, I don't know how many pittance you think. Like,
I mean, I guess I don't know how big the marsh is, so yeah, 100 probably. That should be
100
enough for us to mark.
yeah, because I think a pitton is like a quarter pound each pitton.
Yeah,
So,
and we have a bag of holding. I don't
yeah.
remember
So
what I
it's
have
only
in my
25 pounds for 100 of them. So it's
Yeah.
not
So
that bad. So for 100 so for 100 pittons, you're actually looking at less than a gold. So for 100 pittons.
okay.
So when combined with the rope, you are now at the gold. So for 100 pittons and then the rope, you're at a solid gold. So it's about a half a gold for 100 pittons and then half a gold for the rope.
Okay, awesome. I'll just take that out of mine.
Okay.
And then as far as a compass or some sort of navigation tools,
There doesn't seem to be a compass for navigation tools in this general store. But the recommendation is to go to Thomas's Fletching because they also sell to hunters and to the Smallwood and other trappers, and they sell survival equipment and gear. So they kind of
Okay.
split it up right in terms of what they do. So kind of designate you that direction.
got it.
But I realized I still have the group fighting sound. Sorry. Definitely is not what it sounds like in the general store.
There's a riot going on in the general store.
Black Friday in the general store.
Black
was gonna
Friday. Black Friday in the general store.
I mean, for half a gold for 100 pittons, a lot of pittons.
Okay, so I do you remember how to add items into your character sheet?
Yeah, I do. I can grab
I'll
that.
let you do all that. Not a big deal there. Okay. So after that, I'm assuming to the Fletcher probably, because the Fletchers actually they're all within that same kind of area, so it's all really relative to the farmers market, and the shops are on the south and then east side of the farmers market. So that's kind of here, and the shops are kind of funneling themselves and then out to the front entrance of the north side. So the Smithies kind of starts that, and then the Fletcher kind of ends that, and then the shops are in between. So window shops, just like a bakery, a general store, other things. Just not put upon the legend of the map because they're just right. They're not places that would need to be part of it. So
Yep.
they're kind of give me's right into pretty much any town. You're going to find a bakery in this continent or any sort of village even. You're going to find a bakery at a general store. So you go into Thomas's Fletching. There is a bow and arrow kind of coming through, named Thomas underneath that bow and the wooden sign. The building is the same kind of design as the others. There's some clay tiling the roof, some straw thatching, 2-story structure. Second story is probably for living. Right? It's a staircase rounds and spirals, I should state. In the back left corners, you pass into the solid wooden door, the rod iron handle, and there's inscriptions of Elvish upon the door. Passing into it, there is a counter, the center of the back, and then a small storeroom and an area that can be, or door that can be entered into that area, right, to unload and load supplies, as well as to make some of the arrow work. So you see that there is just a kind of a canvas covering there, and then the workbenches and the ties and the feathers and the things, they align to the right-hand side of that entryway into the storeroom that's blocked by that canvas covering. And then there is the actual kind of wooden block. It's like a tree that's been kind of turned and twisted, flattened on top, serving as that place to do business. About here are bows that have been made, and then they've been put upon pegs around. It's not a very large shop, right? And so they have short bows and long bows. They actually don't sell crossbows. Like, you don't see any sort of like metalworked items, really. And then there are just like crates of arrows that are stashed into one of the corners to the right-hand side of all the workbench kind of area. And that has been like stamped with Fort Farron. So they're making arrows, but no one at Fort Farron uses arrows. They use crossbows. That's a little bit interesting. So perhaps that they're just kind of selling them to the fort. Maybe the fort is then putting them to the war front, right? Or they're maybe that's a staple of the business. But in here, some of the bows, just by coming in, you two, is that they are quite gifted. Some of these are very elvish and colorful. The plumage of the feathers are nice. They could be enchanted as well, some of these bows. And then they also have leather armor in here. So they make leathers, and those are put on mannequins, or they're kind of stashed upon shelves. If they're like hide armor, they can kind of fold it up. And some of these things are just nicely made. And so you can see that this wood elf that has long flowing kind of brown to blondish hair put into two braids as they kind of come through, and then they're pulled back forth for work. They have a piece of their own leather armor on, and then it's fit into a regal kind of tunic, so it's like a hybrid between armor and a tunic. They have bracers. They also have like fingerless gloves on that are made of leathers. And there's some like a lot of greens and browns with the colors that they're wearing. They're just currently working and spinning and then doing certain things with feathers and tying. And then they're taking off different sorts of little drawers and shelves and making other kind of artistry with some of these arrows. So they're really taking their time. And then they have a bow. They'll kind of shovel themselves over and just kind of stand there and work on the bow. And then they'll come over and sit down at another workbench. And they're kind of multitasking, doing a lot of things. As you pass in, that bell rings, full bell. Ding, ding, ding. Your left. They then turn themselves from their work. They fold their hands behind the back. They slowly begin to walk forward. And then they take the hands from the back. They put them to the left and right, the palms facing upwards. How may I help?
Yes, we are planning to set off on an adventure, probably tomorrow at first light. So I was looking for things to help with navigation.
Survival equipment, navigation tools.
Yes.
I have some in my storeroom. A compass is the only thing you need, or you are in need of map-making tools. Cartography, perhaps?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt. I'm not particularly skilled in it, but I suppose some drawing is better than no drawing. So yeah, I suppose some papers and some cartographer tools and a compass.
Are you on a hunt? Do you need traps? Scents?
No, we're not hunting. We're going through the marsh. So anything you think may be useful there, feel free to suggest.
Oh, that is a foolish task, an errand. Who would send you into the marsh? Some noble
I-
house that doesn't
would be that fool.
Understand you'll lose your... You are the one pulling yourself. For what
Yes.
reason?
Because, as you said, it is a fool's task, and I am the fool. As and I'll point to
Jester of
Athos,
some
my
lord?
friends would tell you. I suppose a jester of the world, performer, bard.
I see. Well, I cannot stop you from going, but do take this as a dire warning. You have to do much to survive. I will fetch what you have requested. One moment.
Do you think fresh water is going to be a problem? I hadn't considered it till just now.
Oh, I didn't.
Everything
think
there is
about that.
corrupted.
Stop at the turn. There are fresh water running from the southern Frosthorn that can be digested.
Do you have any, I guess, kegs or anything? Well, yeah, any kegs that we could fill? Because, as I said, we are planning to go quite deep into the marsh. So, assuming we don't lose our minds,
I only have extra water skins. You may find kegs at the general store. I'm sure they have barrels that can be tapped. Or there is Yardir, the loving stuff. Perhaps there are old barrels that are now wasted to be refilled that you may be able to take for free.
suppose we're going to go there anyway. So, it makes more sense than backtracking to the general store.
It just occurred to me.
So just the compass and the cartographer tools.
Yes, that sounds plenty.
Again, one moment. Goes back to the store. So eventually they come out. They have a small satchel filled with what you would imagine is the tools to be able to make a map, right? Down directions, things of that nature. They then have a interesting stone currently in their possession. The stone itself is tiny. It's maybe about 15 millimeters in its radius. And it has a blackish hue with a bit of blue intermixed into a gray. They hold it, they have it in the fist, so they're just kind of holding it out, hand, palm outwards. Do you know how to use this? Don't know if you do or not.
I can't
You've
say
seen
that I
this
am
before.
familiar. Is it something that I've seen? I vaguely recall this item. I don't remember what it is, though.
This is a compass stone, and you, as a party, have seen this. So, Tardan, I think you actually see this a long time ago. This compass stone was introduced to the party. So, out of character, compasses are, a sundial can be used, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially for water travel. But a traditional compass is not something that can actually, I would say, half invented versus half usable, right, on this particular world. So they actually use stones for their compasses. So this compass stone, his place can be placed in a bowl of water, and then it actually begins to turn itself in the direction of north, right, in the bowl of water. So it feeds off the hole, and then it kind of moves itself, which is almost identical to how a compass kind of works. But they haven't yeah, exactly. But they haven't gotten to that level yet, or perhaps there's something to do with the nostalgia of using these stones, right? So it's something that's been carried over.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen this in practice before. How much for the lot?
For you, they are free.
Well, I do appreciate it, and hopefully we're not the fools that we probably are, and we get to come back and do more business. We do have an archer friend, so I'm sure he would You would enjoy being here for a couple of days.
It is a shame that he missed it. All these arrows. Can you imagine?
It is. It is very much a shame. All he talks about are his arrows. How he didn't pick them up. How he didn't pull them from the body. It's quite a shame. You two would make great friends. I'm sure.
Ah, yes. Pity the fool who runs out of arrows.
Yeah, pity that fool. Yes, it is. It is quite a shame. But
So there are
hopefully
more of
we'll-
you going then?
I believe a group of 4 with any luck.
For a party?
Yes. Very mismatched party, but a party nonetheless.
When do you head out?
I think the plan is first light tomorrow.
I will long for your return.
We do appreciate it, and it was a pleasure doing business.
Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Thomas Fletcher. Take care. Turns around and
Thank
goes
you.
back to the workbench.
That was an exceptional level of service from such a small place.
I believe there's more to that shop than meets
Was
the
he
eye.
flirting with you?
I couldn't quite tell. He seemed very stoic. He was a very beautiful elf. Very handsome. Almost as good looking as his goods.
I'm in love. I'm in love with Thomas, son of the last name of Thomas. Or if that is that really his name? I love you. So hot.
Yeah, I
That's
suppose we
it
didn't even
started.
ask the
It
name.
was just the
That's
name
pretty
of the
much
store. Like, you don't even
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Like, no, I bought it from Thomas. My name's John.
Secretly, Thomas is like in the storeroom, right?
That could have been Damodar for all we know. I mean, especially since he gave us stuff for free. That's, everyone that's nice to me tries to kill us in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
So
Thomas is coming after us later. We told him where we were going to.
we did. But hey, it saved us money. So
Because that's a
May have,
problem.
may have cost us our life, but saved us money. No biggie.
It is funny. That's what matters.
I mean, it can't be another avatar of a deity. So like, we're fine.
What are the odds, right?
We worship some fey demon thing. Yeah. Yeah. So let's go get some bottles of wine.
Thomas of the Baba Yaga.
So we'll go ahead and we'll fast track this part so we can get over to break, right? And start leaving people too much hanging right out of the
Yep.
story. There are different arcs here. So, the actual winery here, Christopher Wines, is a small vineyard winery. It's actually quite renowned for making the finest wines in Northern Arthuria. When I state that, it's just really difficult to grow grapes and make wine this far north, right? You normally would see this in the region, in particular, Iscon, you see this in the region of Athrina, normally like around Ceylon or the Amil Palume, which is kind of in terms of like the fertile fields where they grow wheat and these other grapes and stuff. The land and the region there is very accommodating. So it's really remarkable that this individual is able, whoever owns this set, is able to actually do this. Now the fields are a tiered field, so it kind of starts low on the north end and then it begins to kind of grow and mound itself up. And then the wall kind of sits encompassing that and is a little bit kind of broken and like fragmented over time in this particular side. It's kind of in a state of repair. They don't really have any need per se. And then the grapes that are grown this time of year, particularly you're looking at past harvest time a little bit. They've already been kind of picked, or there's some kind of remnants that might not have like the sugar content, right? So they're still kind of sitting there.
There's 3 structures. There's 1 actual taste room and barrel kind of storage area to age some of the wines in barrels. And then that has an attached like bottling. So that's like the second story, the second building, right? For bottling, as well as like label making and other things like waxes and stuff and corks. There, all the whole thing. And then there is like a field house that also serves as the house for the owner and operator, right, of Crystal Wines, which just happens to be Crisfa Ironheart, and they are a dwarf, stout mountain dwarf, and they are kind of working and tending to the fields. They're kind of all over the place, and so really, when you go into the taste room, you're being helped by a couple servants of Ironhearts and the workers, and they're able to fetch crates of wine for you, bottles, or they can sell you barrels, and the prices are extremely steep. The people in the taste room are nobility passing through to the way of Thema, right? Or they're going south to Beelder. Maybe there's some noble houses in there that have soldiers, actually like bodyguards, military with them that they've hired on, mercenaries, and they're headed for Eastmont. And so there's a little bit of talking between some of the noble houses, some fans and other things, even with the rain softly falling down, the cold temperatures. They're wearing these gowns and outfits that are really hot and sweaty inside, as well as the heat from fermentation and stuff. They're kind of having like fan themselves. And just by the conversation you're overhearing is that for a noble to go back into where like Aluda and mark this place as a city of stone, their noble house being from there, they actually need to have protection. So like one noble has like 20 mercenaries. And then they were saying, well, I think the pass is gone. Like, how do you expect to get through Fort Flatminer? And these conversations are happening around you. And they're just talking about, like, how do you get in Eastmont? Like, fear. And then others are like, oh, well, we're headed back up to Othema, right? And it shouldn't be a problem at all up there. You're more than welcome to stay in our summer house. And that sort of thing, right? And they mark their summer house here in Port Fair, having houses nearby. So some of these houses near the winery are actually vacant. They're built up a little bit. So you're getting an understanding.
A way to make money when we come back.
So what are you buying?
I'm just after like 3 bottles of red wine. Doesn't even have to be like top shelf. Just not bottom shelf.
Not bottom shelf, so mid shelf. So 12-year-old aged wine per bottle. It's going to fetch you right around 600 gold pieces a bottle.
A bottle?
Jeez, I forgot. Oh yeah, because all the nobility comes here.
This
Okay, maybe we're going bottom shelf.
Expensive wine.
We're going bottom.
Maybe we're going bottom.
We're going bottom shelf. Baby.
That'll be
To the
599.
bottom. Rock bottom. That's gonna go ahead and be $2.99 bottle of wine from grocery outlet. You won't.
Do you have anything that comes in a box per se?
Honestly, don't hate that. Don't hate that. I don't know. Is there grocery outlets where you all live in real life?
They don't sell alcohol here in Maryland. In grocery stores. Is that what you're talking about?
No. Okay, so in Oregon, like the Pacific Northwest in general, I should say, there is a grocery store chain called Grocery Outlet, and they actually buy food items that are set to expire or are old, and other stores don't want them, and then they resell them. They are the best to get cheap wines that are actually expensive, because the winery, they actually will sell them. This is not an ad bid. If we're live right now, it's not an ad bid. We're advertising. I'm just saying that you could get that $5.99 bottle of wine, and it's actually realistically like a $60 bottle of wine, and it's actually legit. That's it. So, looking for the bottom shelf of the red wine. This age is relatively like 2 to 4 years. It varies. And in terms of price, you're looking at 150 gold pieces per bottle.
All right, we're getting 1 bottle.
You're getting 1 bottle.
We're getting 1 bottle because that's all I got. That's all I can afford.
Oh my god.
1 bottle of red wine. Got it. Heard. Understood.
Okay.
I need to find somewhere to perform. I'm fucking broke, dude. Alright, yeah, that's all I wanted. I just wanted something to drink while we were in the.
While you're waiting.
So
Oh,
all the
this is
nobles,
gonna suck.
all the nobles that we saw in here are just sort of passing through to get back to either Ismar or Athema or something.
They're going to and from. So you might say Othema, might going to be Elder, might be Olathan, right? And so they're kind of cruising up and stuff. And a lot of nobility in this particular region have allegiance to the Talthars, and thereby they worship Halor. And so visiting the Sun Tree and paying homage and a pilgrimage is something that's readily taken by nobility because they believe, right, in terms of worship and such, that that it's their duty to do this, that it's their duty to go to the Sun Tree, to give thanks, to pledge themselves and worship, to learn, other things and what they can do to be a better person in the eyes of you, right? So it's not that nobility are like stuck up in, they just have large amounts of gold. And Arthuria is rich with it. Dwarven cities and their gold mines, it just floods, and they happen to have a large claim of that, and so that generosity is there. They give back, and so what they're talking about here is the nobility that actually are from Ismar have been in this region for probably a number of months, and they have received word from courier messengers from their own houses in Aluda that to return, right? Most likely masters of the house, right? To return, they need to have protection, but they cannot actually get back, possibly. So there's like this fear a little bit that they're talking like, and one you'll maybe hear is just like, oh, I'm sure it's just something that's just blown by now, because this message, I mean, it takes a good amount of time to get this here. They're not doing it magically, so it takes a decent amount of time, and this is a little bit of that conversation. It's not gossip. It's just talking about pleasantries and then going into state of affairs, right, with their house in particular. And so you're just hearing this as you're tasting the bottle, right? You're tasting the wine before you buy it.
Mhm.
It's amazing. Like it's up there with the wines that you've tasted. It's probably not the best that you've had, being from Temeria and some of the cultivations they have there. So, but it's definitely good for this region. Like, you're pretty like, how do they grow this way? That's the first thing that comes to your head a little bit, probably, because it is like 52 degrees right now. So and it's raining. So, but yeah. So you hear that, and from there, you heading into any other place specifically, or are you going to ask the nobility questions? Obviously, hearing that.
Oh, it makes me want to scam them out of their money, though.
This can only go well.
Why not? What do we have to lose? I had to get a bottom shelf bottle of wine. I would ask the servant if they would allow me to perform for the nobility here.
Okay. So you go up to one of the servants that is sitting in an adjacent table nearby, currently eating some cheese and drinking their own wine from a small tankard. Looks up towards you. It's human, darker kind of complexion, skin, braided hair, a couple silver and golden brooches, fine silk tunic, and suspenders, long pants. You want to play for them?
Yes, it sounds like they're all traveling and probably weary. May liven the tune, liven the mood a little bit. May help you guys get some more money out of them, too.
Let's see why not. In one moment. And he kind of moves way over towards the table and begins to motion, and immediately prompts back, and see as the servant bows the head slightly. They would be a little bit drunk right now.
Awesome. So then I would approach the noble table. with my drums out, and I would play our nice bard tale about ride or die.
Oh no, not drums. Oh, drums,
Oh,
horrendous. I don't.
Drums.
Gonna bust out the drum
Do you have
solo.
a
That is-
flute, perhaps?
Ah, I knew it.
I had one. I have a lyre.
Ooh, yes, a lyre. That would be delightful.
I can play my lyre.
And you, your friend there, they play a harp, perhaps? I haven't heard the Mintfall's melody from my homeland in some time, perhaps.
Does Athos actually play instruments? No? Okay. He does not, unfortunately.
Oh, well, unfortunate. Proceed.
Alright, cool. We're gonna do a little of a... Oh, we never actually configured the lyre. That's fine. I'll just do a performance check.
Gotcha. Yeah, even when you're, even when you roll bad, doesn't matter. You get a 21, you feel good about it. You're pretty confident. You begin to perform. Talking about, you're singing about.
Ride or die. So
Ride
the
or die.
creation
Yeah.
of the tree and the dragons and the leader, the bard of the group, who carries a sunblade now. I will mention the sunblade, and I'll even actually at the end of the song pull it out and say "Praise be to Paylor," just to kind of suck up to the nobility a little bit.
Gotcha. Okay. So after your performance, I mean, they're on the feet, standing and applauding. Oh, this is wonderful. This is fantastic. And you see as they begin to mark for the servant, and then begins to make way into the direction of the stagecoach's part, kind of around the structure. Actually fetches into the stagecoach, pulling off a purse of some kind, and bows the head and sits it down for you at your feet. Begins to backpedal. Coin for you, a generous offering. Where are you headed next, fine bard?
We are going to take the word of Ride or Die and Paylor where it's needed, which is
No,
to the
no, no.
darkness.
You will accompany me to the city of Stone. I'll have use for you in my house. I have a great banquet planned. It's midwinter.
The city of Stone get crushed by a dragon.
Silver Dragon? Isn't that what we heard?
Oh, no, Silver Dragon? What are you talking about? Nothing of that sort has happened. I've only heard some trouble of an uprising of sorts. The dwarves are always at a contest. I'm sure it's a drinking game gone wrong.
We just came from Othema, though, and there was refugees from that direction talking about a dragon attack.
How long has it been since you've been back to Eastmar?
Oh, I imagine we've been on holiday for at least 4 months.
Yeah, you may want to swing up to Othema and talk to some of the refugees before you head back that way.
They had a bit of a dragon problem.
Dragon problem. What do you mean?
A dragon killed everyone. It was a bit of a problem.
Killed who?
Don't
Enough
know.
that the dwarves are flooding into the city of Othema.
Such mockery. I'm sure the Granite Keep is just fine. Our house is well intact. But you, Bard, do you think going here, adding 3 days' time to our travels?
I don't think my group would enjoy the detour too much. But you said you had a banquet in the winter. When is the banquet?
Midwinter, yes. It will be, not particularly planned as of this time around, but we normally have it in terms of Zarantier, 21st. Make your way. I would be glad, though, if you could accompany us. I would like to hear more of your thoughts. Perhaps we can get some ballad or a ball in order, and you can be the head performer.
I may not be able to accompany you there, but I will try to be out that way in Zarantier. I believe it's next on our list anyway. So if I get out there early enough, I will definitely come to your house. What was your house's name again? I apologize. I came over and started performing without introducing myself.
Well, I am from House Fambeer.
I am Taran Salangale of the Salangales from Tamaria.
Ah, you from the Salangale. Not familiar with that house. Are you a noble of sorts? Highborn?
Yes, I am a highborn. Not necessarily full nobility. We ran a magic shop, so we were up there, but not the tip of the iceberg.
Magic. Don't mean to be rude, but
Well, no offense taken. There's a reason that I'm here and not studying at a college.
yes,
the rest-
you are performing grand and afar, but you come from such wealth. Imagine a magic shop of a high-born noble house, a Salangale. How does your parents think of it?
You know, they are not very happy about my choices, but I didn't really give them much option. So sometimes you have to follow your dreams to make a name for yourself instead of living in your parents' shadow.
Independency. Well, if I can only get my 2 sons to do the same. Perhaps
Well-
you show up to our midwinter ball, and you can teach them a thing or two about getting out of the house.
That I can do. I can regale you with the stories between now and then.
I'm sure you have better things to do then. If you should accompany us. We are actually going to be retiring for the evening. We're staying the night at one of the summer homes here before we head out. Cheers to
appreciate
you, dear Bard. Sir, pardon, Salangale, House Salangale, magical shop.
Cheers.
1,000 blessings of Palor, may the light shed upon you forever and
Same
you.
to you.
They cheers and they drink.
I will pick up the coin purse and head out with Athos.
Coin purse is pretty hefty. Feels to be 80 gold pieces.
Take 80 gold. Since I just spent 150.
Say you almost paid for your wine.
I did almost pay for my wine.
Should have bamboozled him.
I was kind of thinking that you were going to rob them at some point.
I thought about it.
We did just buy you those new gloves specifically for you to have better sleight of hand checks to rob people.
Athos doesn't really steal from people a lot, though. That's not really his gig.
I was gonna say Athos is the
Unless he needs
most like
to.
straight and narrow thief around. Okay, he has to have a good reason to
Yeah,
do it.
no, he makes me steal from people, so Athos doesn't have to, do
He's
the
perfectly fine with stealing, but we've got like 20,000 gold on us and another 80,000 gold in the bank. Like stealing money just seems kind of stupid at this point.
Yeah, it's
But that's how
called
the
personal
rich
wealth.
get richer, man. You just don't spend your own money.
Yeah, personal wealth, dude.
All right.
All right, so to the tavern or to break.
We're going to go ahead and go to break. I'm going to say thanks for your patience. Obviously, splitting the party up and stuff, getting to some things, but hopefully it was entertaining just listening to the role play and getting some information as we went along. We're going to go ahead and go to break. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So I'll probably put us right around like 7:20 p.m. PST. And we hope you return for Ride or Die for our second half. And again, thanks so much. And I was going to say we have been off stream for a little while, and we are back. So hopefully no hiccups and everything is smooth sailing from here on out. So thank you. We'll be back. Bye.
Awesome. Bye, chat.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for watching, sticking around with us. Appreciate it. So we finished up at the winery, and we kind of went from separation of party, and our whole intention, it looks like, is to get back to the Lump Tavern. So we haven't been there, right? To get there and to get rooms, get some drinks, right? And we're gonna be spending the night, and we're gonna head out first light in the morning. Is there anything anybody wants to do in particular before we kind of fast track that and get us to the tavern tonight? Wow, that was well, okay. I will take it. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and fast track us in terms of time. And we'll get into, we'll say it's kind of the afternoon going into the evening, transitioning. So Dahi, Thiv definitely worked with you in terms of that. Also paid you a wage. So in terms of our crafting guide, currently following those rules of downtime. So for every 2 hours, you are for every 1 day of work in the shop, unless you want to pay your own gold. Sorry, for every 2 hours, you earn 1 crafter check, and then you gain 10 gold pieces. And so in terms of time, we can probably put that right around 6 hours. So I think that's pretty good. And we can kind of call that out 3 checks. So your 3 crafter checks into blacksmithing, and you can make that in your character sheet in the journal tab. Again, haven't had any time to try to find a downtime module yet, so I'll be looking for that. So
oh, good. I'm recording it in my journal.
Okay.
And
then you gain 30 gold pieces for the work. So you actually can add 30 gold pieces into your inventory.
Okay.
And then it's blacksmithing. So you're technically 3 crafts towards gaining the next kind of rank in the tool. In addition, proficiencies, right? You're spending time, and so we can kind of call that as like 1 day worth of time for your smith's tools, right?
So what do I need to note down? That I'm just 3 checks into smithing, or is there actual roll I need to make now?
No, there's no roll that you need to make because you're really just there helping out. You're not making anything in particular. So all you need to say, just say like smith's tools, 3 checks, right? Made. And then you can, and I don't think you're proficient with smith's tools, right?
No, it's a totally
so you can just put 1 day proficiency, right? So 1 day advanced in proficiency or something like that. That'll be good. So just keeping track of the number of checks or crafts, right?
Good deal.
Yeah, we could. All right. Let's go ahead and get us onto the tavern then.
Tavern.
Create some ambiance here.
Oh, the priest is here.
Okay, so this is a humble 2-story wooden rock wall tavern. There's a single wooden planked rickety door and enters into a common area. It seems to be riddled with small square tables. You can kind of observe this from the windows. There is a corral that's covered with straw thatching, and there's like water and feed put out for horses. There's not really horses in particular that are there. It's just kind of set out, and you see the food kind of smells a little bit like it's been sitting. Torchlight hangs from a sconce nearby the door, providing some light as the sun begins to dwindle. The overcast with the rain begins to be heavy. People have pipes smoking. They're drinking, eating food, having merry. There are a lot of them seem to be, have axes leaning against the tables, perhaps backpacks. They're from the timber company, right? Small timber, or maybe they're individuals passing by, travelers of sorts. You're free to move your tokens. So, coming inside, you can see there's a sunken bar, kitchen, decently equipped, metal oven, cupboards, prep table, that sort of thing. It's enough to feed the individuals that would be in this particular establishment. There is a large rectangular kind of banquet table. Usually sits unoccupied. It's not a whole lot of individuals that come in here with group sizes more than just 2. And you can have kind of these torches in these wooden beams. And these wooden beams support the whole structure. So they go through the foundation of the building, go up to the 2nd story. And the sconces are kind of hit into the bark covering of those large pillars. Now, the windows are kind of moss covered. They show the wear and tear, and the light's kind of passing through. So you can still see inside and out. As part of you're making your way in, you're able to observe. So, kind of have the sights of the road to the south of the tavern through these windows on the south side, and then there's the windows kind of around, and there's alleyways here, and there's a kind of a back area with trees and a well. There's no actual door that goes out there, so tavern keeper most likely has to go around the building right from the front entry. Squared off staircase ascends to the 2nd story, which you imagine have rooms. Fireplace is warm, wood stacked nearby, kind of roaring at this point, and just kind of sit down at the table, and wait to be helped. As you do that, you can see the priest Umley is there, currently at the bar counter. So the first time probably seeing in terms of them outside of certain things. So they're kind of eating right now very ferociously. They have like 3 flat plates of food, a couple different meat pies, a fruit pie, some bread, lavishly with gravy and butter and stuff, 2 tankards of ale, and they're really just eating, pounding down, having a fantastic time. There is a halfling currently in the kitchen, chopping away on the kind of lower statured prep area, and they're also on a stool at the same time. And they're just kind of chopping with a large cleaver, throwing food products into a bucket tray underneath the table, and they're working on dough and making more pies of sorts. There's carcasses hanging down as well by meat hooks inside of the kitchen, and then the halfling is going into a cellar door on the other side of the table every few moments. There are no other bartenders or barkeeps or individuals working that you can see. Just that one cook, quote unquote. Just no servers. People are seemingly have food, and they're all eating to their heart's delight. After a moment of sorts, you notice that the halfling comes up from the cellar holding a barrel over the shoulder, sets it down, begins to clean off the hands, and then slowly begins to make way over to the table, and then quickens the pace up the stairs, trotting, very cheerful. They seem to be an old halfling, a wrinkly face, weathered eyes, gray, wavy hair, slightly long, brown eyes, beard of gray. They have a wool vest, it's brown, tan cloth shirt, brown leather belt, matching trousers and boots, and then they currently have an apron covered in flour and like pig's blood. Yeah, I can help you.
Yes, we were looking for 4 rooms for the night and hopefully some food.
Yeah, all right, food.
You don't happen to have any kegs in the back that you need to be recycled, do you? Just empty kegs.
You empty keg? Well, you need some keg.
We're heading out on an adventure tomorrow, and we were hoping to swing by one of the creeks.
Adventure.
Fresh water.
What? The hell you get fresh water?
We just want to put fresh water in the
Where the hell
creek.
you all from?
Everywhere. And nowhere.
Oh, have I met this fellow before, having passed through this inn?
You have. This is Yadir.
Okay.
You have a hard time understanding what they're saying. They are very flamboyant and quick to anger. Simple words, simple things. Not that they are stupid, but getting them talking, it's difficult. So.
Yep.
Is that guy? These friends?
Well, if y'all ain't gonna order food, then what's on the menu today?
Now where's that food? The room. Got meat pie. Got pig. Carrot. Little.
Meat pie sounds fine.
Want some fruit pie too? Dessert? About some pie today.
Sounds fine by me.
Well, some beer.
I brought some beer.
Wait,
I'm fine. thank you.
Whiskey?
I'll take a whiskey.
Yeah, you will. You jump right with you. Yeah, he will. No, well,
I guess I'll take a meat pie.
all right.
I
Yep.
think that's what you asked.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
Yo, what? Yeah, let me help you.
Can you
Comes
speak
over.
up?
Steps onto the stool, then steps onto the chair, then onto the table, begins to lean down over top of you. You want a meat pie?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. You want whiskey?
Yes.
Well, all right. That would do all right. What about you there, fella? With the crazy eyes. We know that.
Just yes, the meat pies and an ale of some description.
And all right, it's damn good. Y'all paying together separate?
Well, we'll pay together. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
Yep.
I've done Yonder's voice for a long time, and it's so hard every time.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't understand a damn word he was saying at first.
So you said pay separately or together? Sorry.
Together.
No, I got that part. I got that part. Like when you first started, I was like, "What in the hell is this dude talking about?"
All right, man. Gonna be 8-7, 4 room, 1 meat pie, whiskey. Hell.
It reminds me of Ed Orgeron, if you know who that is, the old LSU head football coach.
I'll go ahead and give him a gold.
No, be nice. No, I'll be right back. All right, so it begins to disappear into the cellar. You see as they pass by, Priest Dimly his turn, grabs both the tankers and a large amount of food, carrying it at the same time, wobbling themselves over, slaps themselves down to the table. Oh, hi, how are you?
We're good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just fine. You are the lovely staying the night, huh?
Yes, just the one.
That's the one night. Yes, well, that's good. Anyway, I don't mean to intrude or anything, but I wanted to come over here and just tell you personally, thank you for you and Ahi. Thank you so much for the supplies. I really appreciate it. I got into those. It was quite nice. And, yeah. I have heard something of a sort. Do you happen to have that Sunblade still?
I do happen to have that Sunblade still, yes.
May I see it, please?
I'll go ahead and take off the Sunblade from my belt and pass it.
Grabs the hilt and looks at it. So, give me one moment here. Flips over the robe. Reaches into a satchel. Takes a piece of paper. Quill ink. Begins to literally draw the hilt. Not everyone has seen or room with this. I just want to get document of it. I should have asked before, but I didn't think of it. Yes. It'll take me a little bit. Not to worry.
It certainly puts an entirely new meaning to draw your sword.
That does.
Yes. I was an archaeologist for a long time. Traveled across the world, 30 minutes. First of desert found all sorts of hidden temples in the Crusades. Remarkable things. And done. Oh, here you are. Heads it back to you.
That was quick.
I'll put it back on my...
Rolls up the paper and puts it in. Satchel.
Did you
covers it,
manage to
throws
bring
it
back
over the rope.
anything from the hidden temples that the Talfars didn't burn?
The Talfars never burned any damn temple. What do you mean?
They have a habit of making books disappear, from what I've heard.
During the Crusade, the Black Hand. It was a terrible deed, but it was necessary. There were some temples that were toppled, and I did come across their ruins. There was no burning of any kind, just dismantling desecrated places, as far as I could tell. Burning books? No such burning books I know of.
There's a rather large magic school on the Isle of Felgrim that would disagree.
Yes, well, Age of the Great Purge was a troubling time. They burned books, and as you know, for good reason.
Throughout the annals of history, those who burn books are never the good guys.
Yes, knowledge should be preserved. I do agree. A misstep, perhaps, and a misstep that needs to be corrected.
Indeed.
Do the good work, then? Yes? All right, I won't bother you any further. I just wanted to get a little drawing of it, and you 1,000 blessings of Halo be upon you. And if you do have some time, my astute help, Curly, and an orphan boy, Merlin. Sorry, talking to the temple. Would love for you to come by and share some stories.
I suppose if you're up early, the temple is on the way out of town. No reason for not indulging a young lad in areas unless you have a timeline that you're trying to keep. Aries and Dahi are kind of leading the charge here with the.
You think about it. Come in the morning first before you depart, or perhaps when you return. That's totally fine. I was just merely saying that the Merlin observed from the balcony about a small library I have, and noticed suddenly, and I got to talking. It seems that you all have these items come from afar, and perhaps you have some stories of fantasies. Boys orphaned, family comes. Trouble. They lost our parents in the martial business. No, terrible. I won't get into it. You all have a good evening, and you enjoy your food. See, it's Yadu now. Let's try back. As they do, carrying a bottle of whiskey, setting down with a couple cups, tankards, metal tankards, and then a couple pitchers of ale currently at the table. And then pretty steadily begins to grab their food and shovel it. Begins to walk back to the bar, making themselves scarce a little bit to your table, right? Just wanting to pop in really quickly, get that done. And Nadir begins to uncork the whiskey bottle.
That is a good sound effect.
The
greatest
greatest
timing on
SFX
it's
sound.
so good.
The greatest SFX sound ever. Pours out the whiskey, sets the bottle down. It seems to be decent whiskey, age 8 years. It has kind of unmarked labelings, just kind of an open bottle. It seems curious if what the label actually is to you all. Ale is decent. And then Yonder begins to trot back to the kitchen, grabs the pies, begins to set them down on plates, cutlery. After that, begins to reach in to their pants, pulling in a ring of keys outwards. Counts out 4, and then unhooks them, sets it on the table. Becomes readily apparent that they are all the same keys. Goes to the back of the pants. Any room you want? I'm keys. Good day.
I believe we're good.
I think we're fine. Thanks.
We know you, boy. Walks back.
If all the keys are the same, what do you think the purpose is of having locks? Oh.
I mean, Athos, do you really think the locks actually work?
Probably not. Seems like extra effort.
Not really sure how many people passing through actually are staying here, to be honest.
Athos, do you think that we could go stay with my friends down in the southeast corner?
The fancy people.
The fans.
Athos, we left
think-
you with Harden for one reason, and that was to help him not make friends.
We got
Remember what
invited to
happened?
a ball of all places.
Oh my God,
They tried to
Dahi,
hide
I
us.
hope you're ready. That means we have to
They
kill
did
somebody.
try to hire me.
He wanted me to steal from them.
No, I just expected you
Tartan!
to steal from them. I didn't want you to steal from them. I just expected you to try out your new gloves. That's it.
Who says I haven't?
That's fair. I just was hoping that you would have told me. We're brothers in thievery at this point.
Okay, Tarden, you've stolen one thing
That you know of.
It was one really cool thing, to be fair.
And it was
that
one really cool
hardly
thing.
makes you brothers in thievery.
I mean, he's my senpai.
Oh my God, I can't even.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Wow. We really went there,
Oh.
must be a Temerian thing.
Yeah, that's a Temerian thing for sure.
Oh my God.
That was that's. We went there.
Oh.
We went there.
I died a little on the inside just now.
Oh,
Cringe level wasn't high enough already. I had to go a little bit higher. You know?
Oh,
oh, that's great.
When the entire group face palms at the same time, I'm doing my job as a bard. Okay.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
But yes, if we are in Aluda, which I believe that's the next dragon on the list, in Xanatir, we are invited to a ball. We will likely have a place to stay, seeing as how they were quite keen on my company.
Well, they're probably going to be dead, let's be honest.
I mean, they had mercenaries. There's hope.
They didn't even believe us when we told them there was a dragon.
Yeah, that.
Athos, are we going to kill somebody again?
If we did, I don't suspect it would be very difficult, but no, I doubt it. Worst case scenario, they hire a band of cheap thugs to send after Tarden. I don't think it would be much to lose sleep over.
I did also make friends with the Fletcher.
That was strange.
There is more to him than meets the eye, and I'm.
He
when
may
we
try
come
to
back
kill us.
through-
He will either try to kill us or sleep with Tarden, or both.
So he was a little hot in the pants for Tarden, huh?
I gave him everything for free.
The fuck?
Yeah,
And Tarden didn't even get you any arrows. I couldn't believe it.
I don't need arrows anymore.
he has that new magic bow that I gave up my ring for.
It's the thought that counts, Tom.
I thought you gave up your ring for the axe that we no longer have.
Technically,
Or-
I gave up my ring for the bedding and the bow, and so we had enough money to cover everything. It was a combination.
I think that was an
So-
investment that paid off.
It did pay off, yes.
So, is this a place maybe we should visit tonight with nobody there to see what's going on?
Fletchers.
I don't think he was that weird. I don't
think-
he
yeah,
seemed
not
rather
much.
skilled for this town.
So did the whiners, to be fair.
That is
and
there is an
it's
odd amount of talent here.
How
I
was
guess
the?
Dahi has been here too, and Dahi's
It's a hole in the wall, but, it is the crossroads for a lot of major cities, so maybe it makes sense.
Dahi, you've been here and around this longer than any of us. Is it? I mean, is it? What are these places? Are they a little fancier than they should be for this area?
I mean, maybe a little bougie, but to be fair, they do get plenty of good supplies to work with, so there's no shortage of good feedstock for good smithing.
Well, I had a interesting time with the so-called archers, and I'll relay the whole story to them to, feathers, to include the Justicar accusations that I denied. I mean, they were sitting through the whole thing, so I don't want to, relive it, but tell them everything that happened, and basically tell them, I'll be honest, if these are the people they're putting on the wall and they're easily defeating this quote unquote horde of undead, got some serious questions about this horde of undead.
Well,
having seen one, do I cast any aspersions on that?
I think the best thing I can describe to you, it's a fog that rolls in, accompanied by medium-sized humanoids that have rotten and decayed flesh. They simply slowly walk, then they topple into a trench that is about 6 feet deep, and then lined with spikes that are going to point out to one side. From there, that's when the order is to fire. Crossbow bolts are launched, hits into them, right?
Yeah.
And then some of them get through, and then it's a turret shoot.
Well, so it ain't so much for lack of quantity of the bodies, more as it's shooting fish in a barrel. Seems the fortifications do a fine job of stopping
them.
It does seem like something that could create that much undead would likely have better tools at their disposal.
Yes, now I'm increasingly convinced it's some sort of a distraction or diversion, or it's clearly not an effective
diversion
tactic.
I mean, I don't think we're going to find out who until we actually go in.
It's too bad we didn't get to talk to that lich. He probably would have known something about the undead.
He probably also had magic items.
Go back. Oh wait, probably can't.
Just dig through the mountain. Yeah.
Don't tempt this group, because we will find a way.
Let me just take teleport for my level 14.
Just hope there's room between the rocks. We don't all just die on entry.
Oh, is there a burrowing creature? Can I just burrow us down there?
Purple worm.
Oh, were any of the worms that we saw beasts? Can I just polymorph into one of them?
Oh my god.
Just dig us a hole.
I think there's specific restrictions against that.
Yeah, I think all those are monstrosities, technically. There are very limited beasts that you can actually choose from polymorph.
Yeah.
I really don't have anything else for tonight for Ares.
So we're doing story time in the morning, and then heading out into the marsh?
I mean, I don't see a reason why not. I mean, but he's been pretty nice. Everyone here has been oddly nice, actually.
It's been a bit creepy. Everybody loves Todd. I'm surprised Todd doesn't want to stay in Fort Farron forever.
I mean, I tried to get you guys to stay, and everyone was like, "No, let's go to the marsh."
So, did you charm all these people?
I'm wondering.
With my good looks.
Ares gags a little bit, and you can see him swallow.
They're well equipped on supplies. They're not well equipped on good-looking people. So I guess the standards are a bit low.
Well, I guess I'm going to retire to my room, or maybe it's all one room. Who knows?
I mean, we have 4 different keys. He said choose any room we wanted.
I mean, we have 4 keys that are all the same, Tardan.
Yeah, that just means he's cheap. And if it's all one room, I'm gonna go hang out with the fancy folk.
I'll leave y'all to that. I think I'll be retired.
Bedtime it is.
You're all just go to sleep.
Yep.
Ah, man. Hold on. It's 7:30. I want to make a trip to the Fletcher shop.
Is it going on a spy mission? Or-
Yep. Yep.
Doing it. Wow.
Just real quick, I don't want to take too long. I just want to go kind of peek in, see if the guy's there, see if I notice anything weird going on. Just real quick, because I don't want to take too much time to this, because I actually want to try to get to the marshes today. Or
Not getting
in
to
this
the
session.
marshes today.
We are.
We have 25 minutes. We're not getting to the marshes.
Shut up, Deuce. Don't ruin my...
So you head over the direction of the Fletchers. It's pretty light, but you do see that there is candlelight and some lantern light coming from the windows that face squared off in the direction of the street. And then open the door, and the same bell rings outwards. Notice that they are currently sitting on the workbench working, just as the other two had observed, where they're just slowly working on feathering and cutting and just preening and making sure these feathers on the particular arrow they're working on is pristine. And as they hear the bell and finish, they turn, standing up, doing a similar hands behind the back, then outstretch the palms upwards in your general direction. How can I help you?
Good evening. I had a couple of friends who came in here earlier, and I was kind of curious what they did and what they got, and just trying to see. They said you have some pretty unique stuff here.
Ah, friends that came in here before. Friends that would be going to the marshes.
I see Tarden was talking to you, huh? Once again, probably telling you a little too much, but yes, those would be the friends.
I did not know their name, so thank you.
You're welcome. The other one's the other one is Athos, and I'm Ares.
I see. Well, I can assist you, perhaps, but I'd imagine that my equipment at the moment would not be nearly as satisfactory as what you currently are in possession.
I don't know. You can learn new things from everybody. I'll take out one of the basic arrows that I made and show it to him and say, "This is, I've been trying to learn myself because I tend to run out of arrows frequently, so I had to learn myself. What do you think?"
Mediocre. But has potential.
All right. I assume you kind of stay here and are working this area, but why do you make arrows when all they have is crossbows? Or am I missing something?
You are missing something. And what interests do you have? Your friends were interested in the marshes going in. They needed a compass stone, and I offered cartographer tools to map.
My interest is more in the stories and rumors of undead hordes about to run Fort Farron over, the untrained soldiers that are seemingly able to hold them off, the fact that you are in town here where crossbows are used, but you're making arrows instead of bolts, or maybe both. But my friends told me you had some arrows. I'm just curious why all this is not seeming to connect very well right now.
So you are a person that stresses when things are out of place.
Stress is not the right word. Curiosity.
We are far beyond that. You would make a good bower, and Fletcher, if you were to settle down. These arrows are for Temerian soldiers. I have been with this township for some time. House Farron built the keep. The township began to form. I settled here. When the soldiers began to arrive to train for the war, I saw that they were shipping out. And to capitalize on a ripe venture, I knew arrows would be needed if Temerian soldiers were to fight. I am a small piece of their armament. And the quota has been increased as of late. Many of the warships carrying arrows from the homeland have been sank and destroyed by dragons. So these arrows are of utmost importance, as only those with elvish tradition make an arrow for an elvish bow.
Well, I thank you for your time. I have some much needed rest I need to catch up on from our travels here. I will definitely stop by and have a conversation with you in the future.
So your curiosities are sated?
For now. Evening, sir.
Thank you so much for coming, and have a good night.
I'll go back and take the rest.
Okay, get back to the tavern. When you come back to the tavern, I'll probably say, "Pretty something, Goldbelly's gone, the under's here," and I'm just gonna kind of remove tokens here, just kind of showcasing there's not a whole lot of people in here currently. It's really definitely fanning out as the evening kind of traverses. And then, Tardan, you're going to sleep upstairs as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Give him our names. Now we have to kill him.
Now he's dead. That's
Can I cut his arm off first? I mean, jeez.
Just ask him, it's easy.
Can we not try to kill all my friends?
But you guys never told me you didn't give them your names, so
You didn't ask.
I mean, I looked hard. It's you. He told me you told him about the marsh already. I just assumed the first thing you fucking told him was who you were, because that's what you always do.
I mean,
I actually don't offer my name up that much, if you realize.
Uh-oh. I'm lagging out. Am I here?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Michael.
Am I good? Am I here?
Arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, I think you're back now.
I'm back? All right. I'm lagging hard.
Yeah.
Okay. So through the night here, you all are getting your long rests here. Not yet in particular, though. Something happens. It's really interesting. You hear the sound of the tavern door swing open and the rain, the wind kind kind of get pushed in, and you can hear the voice of Priest Dumbly in the first floor of the tavern. And the voice of Priest Dumbly is simple. Merlin! Merlin, are you here?
I suppose if I heard that, I would walk downstairs to see what's going on in typical Tardan fashion.
Priest Dumbly's just kind of staying there, covered in rain, just letting yells, but not too loud, right? Just looking around. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. Apologies.
No, that's fine. Is something going on? Are you everything okay?
It's just business of being a father, but not really being a father is all. Oh, it's Merlin. Off again, out again, somewhere. I was late at the keep, speaking with the commander, talking about movements. Seems that the undead are upticked. Be expecting attack in a couple of days now. Fog's rolling. So, speaking to the commander of possibly getting some holy water and other things ready, bandages and the likes, medicine supplies, other healers, maybe from the holy city of Othema. You know about. And when I return back to the temple, and Merlin's not there, so I'm off to fetch.
Would you like some help? Some company?
Oh, no, don't bother. I've already bothered you enough with the Sunblade and all of that whole curiosity's sake. I can fetch Merlin myself. I should be fine. Simply a located object will suffice, I imagine.
Well, if you can't
try the basics first, yes?
That is fair. If you can't find them, feel free to come find us. And yes, I'll do what I can.
Oh, all right. Oh, I mean, I can simply just fetch the guards, so soldiers, they can help me too if I need them to scan the outer areas of the townships. Appreciate the help. Good night. Oh, it's the tavern.
Weird character.
Night passes by and nothing happens. All rise in the morning.
But he did mention the fog was rolling in quicker too.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be moving some tokens in position. My ping seems to, every time I'm revealing tokens, they seem to ping. So you get a little extra ump there. Love it. Again, just showcasing, just not really, kind of just like how little people are kind of like early in here. The rain has subsided, so I'll stop that rain up. Small crowd. All right. Let's come down and see Yadir is currently helping a couple patrons at the bar, serving them what you imagine to be coffee, right? Other breakfast drinks, ale as well. So some of these that are going to be undertaking a long endeavor for their day's work. Yadir then sees you all kind of fumbling down the stairs and is quick to trot over. You know, no longer have that apron over top. Instead, there actually seems to be somewhat clean. Maybe they bathed the previous night.
Hey, good morning.
Good
Morning.
How are you on this fine day?
I'm doing good, right good.
That's good to hear.
Looking for your breakfast?
Breakfast will be fine, thank you.
All right, we want. I got oatmeal porridge. I got to do dry
Yeah,
fruit
dude.
dip. A cookie, you bacon.
Oh,
you want.
bacon sounds good.
Yeah, you almost
Do
bacon.
you have some orange juice to go with that bacon?
No, I don't. What the hell? Look like we got any kind of modern refrigeration up in this bitch.
No, but you look like you could store fruit and squeeze oranges in the morning. They make a press. What do I look like?
Like an ungrateful customer, Tarden.
I just asked a question and he yelled at me.
It sounds like you gotta bring the orders out of dog. I'll squeeze real good. In fact, give me a little head. I'll get some more you squeeze out right now.
Hops on the table.
Come on. Squeeze that head of yours and the orders gonna come out.
Do
I'm
you have
just
coffee?
shaking my head at Yadir. Yep. Ask the same question.
No, I'm right here.
Hops down. Goes over to a table that has some used cups. Comes back over. Puts them down. Begins to pour the coffee in these cups.
There you go. Come on.
I'm gonna press the digitation, the rim clean, and I'm just gonna drink from the cup. Why not?
Small clay cup. They're drinking. It's decent. Comes from where do they make coffee here? So who knows? Coffee beans are from somewhere.
So, take it.
I think for me, coffee and bacon this morning would be great. Thank you.
You gonna be one more.
It's over. Goes into the kitchen, comes back with a cleaver. Begins to walk with a cleaver outside.
Oh, we're getting some fresh bacon, boys.
He might literally be making bacon.
Okay, so
Yeah, that is how bad it used to be made.
so while we're doing this waiting, guys, I made a little trip to the Fletcher shop last night. Had a little talk. Had a little talk with the gentleman that seemed to run the establishment there. He knew a lot about what we were doing, Tarden. And I may have let your
Yes.
name slip, but that's okay. We won't talk about that.
So I told him where we were going, but didn't tell him who we were. So you went to tell him the rest of the story? Why
No,
did you
I
go
went.
to the Fletcher again?
I'm getting there if you would let me finish. I find it very weird that the only, as I explained to you guys last night, the only type of ranged weaponry that they have here that I saw yesterday when I was working with them was crossbows, but you told me that they were making arrows. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, but if you had, further inquired of us why he may have been making arrows, there is a hunting community. He also sells traps, travel supplies,
Hmm.
things of
Interesting.
that nature. Leather armor for said
Is this what-
hunters.
Is this what he told you, or this is what you assume?
This is what I was told by the other people in town.
Well, he told me something very different last night. I don't think we share it in here, but let's just say it has something to do with where you're from, Tarden.
Mary?
Jesus Christ. Tarden?
You mean the military you used to serve? Samaria.
You mean the
Swings
same
open.
one?
You see Cleaver and a pig on the other side. This halfling is small, and the pig is just draped over. Blood is dripping over their clothes. You see as Yada begins to pull towards the kitchen. People at the bar like pulling back. Slaps down the pig onto the table. Begins to cut
Oh, that
it.
is fresh pig. So he's making arrows for people like you then, Ares.
A shit ton of people like me.
So he's making arrows to ship to the warfront?
Yeah,
So it
that's what-
seems.
Sindar Elena is coordinating Temerian military forces, correct? For the Talthar battle?
Yes.
So that would make sense.
Just very, very odd to have it here where it takes time to make, to ship, get there, all that different stuff. instead of having it closer to the front.
Except
That's
for if
true.
you remember the fact that High Rock is one of the mines that supplies the iron for said arrows. And is there also not a lumber company here? So the wood and the iron converge here.
I don't know. I think there's something a little odd about this place.
I think he's
In
playing
general.
a Marion coup.
Something a little odd in this place in general, and definitely something odd about that particular shop.
Get on here!
Hey,
Where's my damn pig? Get on here!
Oh,
shit.
no.
Oh no! We got this poor woman's pig killed.
we found the owner of the bacon.
Scrumpton, what'd you do with him? Susanna turns and looks. Flips over the table, opens the cellar door, begins to pull the pig and themselves to the cellar.
Oh my god, he's got a safe room.
How are you? Where did he go? Anybody see him? Where did he go?
He left like an hour ago.
It stopped its blood. Did he kill a pig?
I didn't see him
prestidigitation
kill
that?
a pig.
Oh boy.
It's true. Those aren't dead.
Begins to cry. If you see Yonder, please tell him what he's looking for. Begins to walk out of the tavern, just the door.
We should probably buy her a new pig on our way out of town.
And I think Yondir owes her a new pig, right?
Well, it's true that Yondir did act like the pig was his when he went to sell it to us.
Yeah, if
That
part
is
of his
true.
business model is kidnapping pigs, then that's on him.
Cellar door opens.
Oh, okay. There
She
you go.
gone?
She gone.
Yes.
I hope that bacon's free now.
Oh, make it real free.
Gets to throw the bacon into the oven. Closes it. Gets to clean and wash the
Oh
cutting
my
board
god.
up. Scrubbing it down with a wash bucket and a rag.
Oh my god, the poor lady.
Hey, I
At
don't
least
care.
he
I
didn't
get
go
bacon.
and- At least he didn't go and find a person.
I mean, if we're having people bacon, we got other issues here, right?
It's,
I mean, how
strange
would we
thing.
know though?
Well, he obviously would have come with a person over his shoulder instead of a pig, Tardan.
It was not
Well,
being
yeah.
copied.
I mean, that one's fair, but I meant in
I mean, that's
general,
pretty
there-
obvious.
there
Mr.
are
fucking tree cut
societies-
me in the iron mine.
Where was the bacon?
Suffers.
Just hearing him walk, like, yeah, I'll be right back with the bacon.
Well, I mean,
Where was the bacon? No, are you?
doesn't necessarily mean right this instant, okay? I'm just saying there are societies in the world that eat bacon, okay? That's all I say. They're not bacon people.
What is wrong with this group right now? We're chopping arms off. We're talking about cannibalism.
People bacon. Yeah,
Not
Oh my
necessarily
God.
cannibalism in 5e. There are
Humanoids.
Species?
Humanoid
That eat-
eating humanoid eating another humanoid technically is cannibalism.
The fact that you're trying to justify this, Tardan, really
yeah
scares
he's
me.
he's thought of
Look,
that.
I'm
I
just
have,
saying. there
I have
are
an
people-
inclination that Deuce, as a player, has played a character that has ate another humanoid.
It
But
wouldn't
only
surprise
other
me at all.
types of humanoids, not his own type of humanoid.
Yes.
It wouldn't surprise. Well, he wasn't the same race. It's fine. See, once again, we get into a little more
Species. It's the same species now.
species.
Yeah, well, that's where it's going to now. One DNA species. You see, as Yadir comes with a cast iron skillet, crackling bacon, begins to pull it out of the small clay plates, setting them down, pushes it over. No cutlery here.
Ah, that's good bacon.
Picks one off the skillet.
I hate that damn pig. But it tastes so good.
So where are you going to get tomorrow's bacon from?
Somewhere.
Well, I can tell you, this fella here probably doesn't think that far ahead. He's running the business.
Well, I got beaten, bro. Well, my client, cut him up. He's a bacon. I'm gonna buy the bacon. Yeah.
We found the bacon, all right.
Looks delicious. Thank you.
Y'all need help?
That's plenty.
Y'all need anything, all right?
So, Ares, was that you then? You said you went out last night. Was that you making such a racket late last night?
I heard
Oh,
that
no.
too. It was not me.
That was Priest Dumley Goldbelly. He was looking for the kid that I was supposed to entertain this morning with the stories of our adventures. I wonder if he found him. He never did come back, so I'm assuming he may have found him.
You misplaced a child.
The way he worded it is this kid goes and does whatever he wants because he's an orphan and the priest is busy all the time. So,
Seems irresponsible.
Did you help him find him at least?
I offered. He said he had it and that the town guard would get involved if he couldn't find it. I told him to come find us. So I suppose when we come by, we'll find out if the kid's home. The other thing, I know that we didn't want to wait for the undead horde because of the timing. Apparently the fog is rapidly approaching. So the next attack will be within the next couple of days.
So if we leave today, we might run into the army.
Yes.
That's a rather quick escalation there from what we've been told.
The timing
No?
does seem odd, yes.
Everything seems odd with us.
You think there's a spy in town? You think it's the Fletcher?
Mm,
Can we please leave my poor Fletcher friend alone?
nah, there is something off about him, though. I mean, first off, anybody
Ares-
that wants to be friends with Tardan.
To be fair, it was never established we were friends. He thinks I'm a fool and he wanted to give me free stuff out of pity.
It
So-
could be pity, that's true. With Tardan, it's hard to tell.
The only real friend I have is not even a friend. He just wants to employ me because I'm good at my job.
Well, I mean, if it's a couple of days, I guess, do we stay and work on helping these guys prepare for the attack, or and see what it's all about, or do we head out still?
To be honest, I'd say head out. Maybe see if we could thin the herd a little bit before it hits town.
I think first things first, we see if Merlin's around. If Merlin's not around, I think that we buy ourselves an extra day and see what's going on with the fog. Because if it's moving as quickly as they say it's moving, it's coming for a reason. And if that reason is us, I would rather fight it here than...
With all these innocent people.
Where
With
we
all these
have
fortifications.
trained army people, soldiers, to help us? Yes.
Did you not listen to what I told you about them yesterday?
Yes, but now they've had the benefit of your tutelage. I'm sure they'll be
And
perfectly
they're
good.
going to have a whole nother day of your tutelage.
Athos, how long did it take you to help me be more perceptive about what's going on around?
It took some time. It didn't help that you weren't sleeping.
I had to watch everything. But my point is, you can't train somebody that's coming here to help their family with gold, that's worked on a farm their whole life, that's never touched a weapon in one day and expect them to be effective. That's years of training.
True, but at least they have the wall. If we're out there and there's a horde, we don't have the wall. We can only take out so many at a time. None of us really have the ability to deal with a mass.
I do prefer to fight one-on-one, typically.
I do think the wall has certain advantages. My concern is if these are coming for us, since this has escalated so quickly, ironically, since we came here, that it's going to be something that Fort Farron has either not seen for a long time or possibly never seen. And the wall could actually be meaningless. And we're putting all these lives in danger by staying here.
Yeah, maybe it's Grugash. There's a lot of maybes. But the things that we do know is that we stand a better chance of staying alive if we are here. Not to say
There's
that
also-
their lives are necessarily meaningless, but if we don't stay alive, the mission doesn't get done. And they all die anyway.
Well,
Not true.
bear in
There are-
mind,
Go ahead, Ethos.
well, we could leave and it could still come here, and then they would be fighting it without us.
Which they've done in the past.
So you're fine with leaving and it possibly coming here anyway and them dying anyway?
Well,
you
You're not
Remember-
okay with staying to support them and making sure that more of them live than die?
if we leave and it still comes here, then it's not coming after us. That's not our fault at that point. If we stay here and it's something that this fort has never seen before, because we're here, and it's the horde of all hordes, and it kills or it gets through the wall and kills people inside of here, then I'm not okay with that. You're right.
So the only issue that I have with that is we know we can't be tracked. We can only be tracked by the waves that we make as we go through and do things. So if we leave here and there's no one to interact with between here and the marshes until we get to the next town,
Whoever
no
sent
one's
it
going to know that we left.
may not
Yeah.
know that we left. Yes, I was going to that. It struck me after our conversation about making waves that we just put on a nice little performance yesterday about the ride or die and the great accomplishments. And then last night, here we hear that the army has upped their timetable quite significantly.
Interesting that when we flaunt ourselves, we're being danger to other people.
Yeah, but there's also a bard in Ismar that's hopefully talking about ride or die as well. So
We split the
You know.
difference. We're just gonna get
we'll
two
see what's
cities.
happening in Ismar when we get there.
Yeah, so that
Are
town
we
no
going
longer
to
exists.
Ismar next? Yes. yes. I'm not sure this
That-
plan is working out the way that we think.
Well, you guys didn't let me spend the 2 weeks setting up the guild house for the boss.
I 100% told you it wasn't a fucking good idea.
If there's a dragon, it should know we're coming. Yeah.
I 100% told you it was not a good idea to start flaunting our name everywhere.
No, it's a good idea because now
Oh.
we know that we are being tracked by the waves. So we need to make more waves. There's no way we're not going to make waves. It only takes one person finding out your name.
From now
of
on,
importance.
your name is Tom.
So out of character, the only thing that's wrong with this plan, because the ideology behind this goes back when you were talking about Baxter, right? At the hey, go play their performance and stuff. If you make a bunch of waves, there's always an epicenter to those waves. Like there's some drop a pebble into a lake, then it creates waves extend out. Okay. If the person you're trying to fool can quench all the starts of these waves, then you making more waves doesn't do anything. It just tells them where you are, right? That's the thought, right? So
Or
like if you're saying
they
like, oh, till we have 10 of these things happening, right? They'll never know which one is us. What if all 10 of those things
What if
are
they
like
just
hit
attack
at the same time?
ultimately? Yeah,
So I'm like the thought is okay. The thought is there, but like, I mean, you're talking about trying to like fool a person that's enslaved dragons, right? And supposedly is fighting a republic and a kingdom, like 2 nations worth of forces, supposedly. Right?
But I'm sure our 3 bards will fool them. Don't worry about that.
Exactly. Don't worry. Waves, so many waves.
Look, it may buy us 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks that we
2
haven't had
weeks.
yet.
2 waves
And-
that you've
and
made. And now you've made 3 sets of waves here. You've made a bunch of waves in one place. Anyways, I'm sorry. Keep
Yeah, we need a
going.
new group name.
Keep going. Keep going.
I'm sure that he Damodar cannot figure out where the fake waves are. Okay, I'm sure it's fine.
We are now
I'm-
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
We know that he is human.
Yeah.
He has flaws. He's not perfect. I was able to lie to him, so he's not all knowing. I'm just saying.
Well, you don't know that he didn't know you were lying. He just chose not to do anything about it. Maybe he didn't
That's-
care that you were lying.
I mean, I'm sure that
Fair.
he couldn't have gone to a Lathan yesterday on his own, figured out that we're not fucking there. I mean, you know, he may not know everything, but I'm pretty sure he can get around pretty quick. Am I wrong in that?
I mean, but how many times? Even magic has its limits, dude.
True. That is true.
Right.
Anyways, I feel like this is like semantics at this point. I think that you all are gonna do what you're gonna do, and it's totally fine. I thought it was funny to me being like,
Yeah.
let's make a bunch of waves and be like, oh yeah, like this person just can't hit all the waves at once or something. So we're obviously we're not gonna get to the marshes today. And we'll probably go ahead and have a good stopping point now before you head over to the temple and get into any other shenanigans that you all intend to do. Sorry, David, no comment again for your character. This
All
time
good.
around.
All
Hopefully
good.
it was fun to use some role
Yeah, it's
playing.
still good.
Hopefully the Yadir Wendy sequence was funny.
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
dude.
Always a good time. And surprisingly for this group, suspicion of Thomas the Fletcher.
Deep
Interesting.
inquiry. Yeah.
Yeah, the deep inquiry to this Bower and Fletcher. I'm very
Curiosity.
surprised. I'm very
Curiosity.
surprised. Yeah, curiosity, I'm sure, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thomas in the back of the storeroom.
Curiosity.
It was just
I
the
mean-
way you described his goods as being like
Yeah.
so good, and I'm like, the Smallwood's only so big. There
I
can
like
only
put-
be so many hunters.
I like put suspicion through description. Right.
Yes.
Like natural suspicion. Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna go ahead and calculate some experience for you all, and we can go ahead and wind down the session. So back at it next
quick.
week, and
2400 or whatever it is.
yeah,
Uh,
let's go ahead and take a look, huh?
2194. Yeah, that's I'd already calculated it for you. I got you.
All right, let me go ahead and knock off a good 92% of that.
Yeah, how much XP was the pig worth?
Hey, we did keep Yadir out of trouble, so you know.
I don't think he was all that concerned about it.
No.
Probably not, but you know, I helped a little bit. It is a little concerning that a noble house from Aluda didn't get the memo of the dragon.
How much time has it been since the refugees of Clan Alder Peacemaker?
I mean, it's been what, 2 months, a month and a half at least, right?
For the refugees?
Were we in Felgum like 3 days ago? Like, how's this all? I can't keep.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
our
a-
payday was a week ago, and then we
Yeah.
were at Felgum for like.
So
Because
what
time
if I
moves
told
faster
you
there, right?
the entire campaign? It's the start of session 1. It's only been a month.
Are we really starting Sephiroth?
Yes. The 4th of Sephiroth.
So Athos has only been with these
I'm
guys
just
for like
kidding.
2 weeks. Like,
I was gonna say
it was
it wasn't the
surprising.
24th of
It wasn't
Sephiroth
20
because that was
yeah, it wasn't-
payday.
It was the 24th of Sephiroth. It was the 24th of Ron. So you started. So it's been a little bit just a
A
hair.
month and a half, almost.
A hair over. So remember when you arrived at Thema, that was like a situation that was just starting. Like the refugees were like piling in, they were coming down, they were setting up patrols to figure out what had happened, and then they started talking about that.
Now, one of the things that has been told of the Talthars in kind of certain things, especially in Othema, was like keeping it chill, right? That like had a whole thing where they're just like, we're let's not just say this is gonna happen, right? Because you talk about Etherin, like, I mean, could have just came and destroyed Othema, right? So they're just like, it's gonna be okay, don't worry. There's this giant white dragon flying around. It's gonna be fine, right? So it's de facto a noble house from Aluna that's been months away from their house, getting a message now. The message that they received was only that something had happened, right? Something is happening, like it's happening, like it's currently going down, but there wasn't context put into the message. Suspecting that there perhaps couldn't be. Perhaps it was like they had ascended a certain way to be an emergency, or perhaps they risked their lives to send this thing just to war, right? And that's now the uptake of mercenaries and guard, soldiers, right? Defend them upon getting back to their house. That's why the others that were around there was like, hey, maybe you should just come to Othema and stay with us, and then we can kind of figure out what's going on more before you put yourself in jeopardy, right? They took your advice. They're going to be heading up right to Othema and speak, probably the fourth down floor, and then they're going to find the refugees, right? They're going to hear about what's been happening there, and then they're going to work off of that, and maybe that
taking the gallows because they know too much.
Yeah, take it to the no. I'm just like, maybe the midwinter ball is never going to happen.
You know?
Yeah, maybe you save their life.
It's happening.
The midwinter ball.
We're gonna kill the dragon just so Tartan can go to a ball.
Pretty much. Especially because I got offered to be the main performer. If we get there.
Yeah, not even the opening act. Yeah, that was.
Yeah. That's Tartan's dream right there, dude.
All right, so we have 963 experience each, but you had 62,769.
All right, well, if we do 2 more roleplay sessions before our next combat at this rate.
You're pushing back the combat to try and farm the XP. This is going full
All right, Tartan, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
You know what? Why not? Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, that's 16 doesn't matter. DC is 4 billion. It's infinity as far as I'm concerned. Lightning bolt strikes through the tavern. It's only you, which is really weird. You then begin to become electrocuted so much, you're not even there anymore. You're gone. There's nothing left of you, not even ashes for true resurrection.
Darn, perfect. I upset the old one. I'll re-roll a new character. I'll have him ready for next week. Don't worry.
I am your god. You bow to me. No, everything's good. Yeah, two sessions of roleplay for sure. I think you'll definitely be hitting at some combat the next session. It seems like you all kind of want to get going, and that can lead to some things. So that'll be awesome to see. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. I'll be back next Friday at 4:30 p.m. PST. So if you join Ride or Die, and if you're interested in joining us, go ahead and join the Discord and hop in and send a message, and we'll see. So, anyways, thanks so much, and we will see you later. So, bye.
See y'all.
Miss you guys already. Goodbye.